except the divine grandsire himself. The glances of those illustrious personages, even of all of them, fell upon Tilottama's body. And when Tilottama set out for the city of the Asuras, with the wealth of her beauty, all regarded the task as already accomplished. After Tilottama had gone away, the great god, who was the first cause of the universe, dismissed all the celestials and the rishis. Section Xif. Rajalabhibhava continued. Narada continued. Meanwhile, the Asura brothers, having subjugated the earth, were without a rival. The fatigue of exertion gone, they, having brought 3 worlds under equal sway, regarded themselves as persons that had nothing more to do. Having brought all the treasures of the gods, the Gandharvas, the Yakshas, the Nagas, the Rakshasas, and the kings of the earth, the brothers began to pass their days in great happiness. When they saw they had no rivals in the 3 worlds, they gave up all exertion and devoted their time to pleasure and merriment, like the celestials. They experienced great happiness by giving themselves up to every kind of enjoyment, such as women, and perfumes, and floral wreaths, and viands, and drinks, and many other agreeable objects, all in profusion. In houses and woods and gardens, on hills and in forests, wherever they liked, they passed their time in pleasure and amusement, like the immortals. And it so happened that one day they went for purposes of pleasure to a tableland of the Vindhya range, perfectly level and stony, and overgrown with blossoming trees. After every object of desire, all of the most agreeable kind, had been brought, the brothers sat on an excellent seat, with happy hearts and accompanied by handsome women. And those damsels, desirous of pleasing the brothers, commenced to dance in accompaniment to music, and sweetly chanted many a song in praise of the mighty bear. Meanwhile Tilottama, attired in a single piece of red silk that exposed all her charms, came along, plucking wild flowers on her way. She advanced slowly to where those mighty Asuras were. The Asura brothers, intoxicated with the large portions they had imbibed, were smitten upon beholding that maiden of transcendent beauty. Leaving their seats, they went quickly to where the damsel was. Both of them being under the influence of lust, each sought the maiden for himself. And Sunda seized that maid of fair brows by her right hand. Intoxicated with the boons they had obtained, with physical might, with the wealth and gems they had gathered from every quarter, and with the wine they had drunk, maddened with all these, and influenced by wishful desire, they addressed each other, each contracting his bow in anger. "She is my wife, and therefore your superior," said Sunda. "She is my wife, and therefore your sister-in-law," replied Sunda. And they said unto each other, "She is mine, not yours." And soon they were under the influence of rage. Maddened by the beauty of the damsel, they soon forgot their love and affection for each other. Both of them, deprived of reason by passion, then took up their fierce maces, each repeating, "I was the first, I was the first," in taking her hand, struck the other. And the fierce Asuras, struck by each other with the mace, fell down upon the ground, their bodies bathed in blood, like 2 suns dislodged from the firmament. And beholding this, the women that had come there, and the other Asuras the present, all fled away trembling in grief and fear, and took refuge in the nether regions. The grandsire himself of pure soul then came there, accompanied by the celestials, and the great rishis. And the illustrious grandsire applauded Tilottama and expressed his wish of granting her a boon. The supreme deity, before Tilottama spoke, desirous of granting her boon, cheerfully said, "O beautiful damsel, thou shalt roam in the region of the Adityas. Thy splendor shall be so great that nobody will ever be able to look at thee for any length of time." The grandsire of all creatures, granting this boon unto her, establishing the 3 worlds in Indra as before, returned to his own region. Narada continued, "It was thus that Asuras, ever united and inspired by the same purpose, slew each other in wrath for the sake of Tilottima. Therefore, from affection I tell you, ye foremost ones of Bharata's line, that if you desire to do anything agreeable to me, make some such arrangements that you may not quarrel with one another for the sake of Draupadi. Vaisampayana continued, the illustrious Pandavas, thus addressed by the great Rishi Narada, consulting with one another, established a rule amongst themselves in the presence of the celestial Rishi himself endued with immeasurable energy. And the rule they made was that when one of them would be sitting with Draupadi, any of the other four would see that one thus must retire into the forest for 12 years, passing his days as a Brahmacharin. After the virtuous Pandavas had established that rule amongst themselves, the great Muni Narada, gratified with them, went to the place he wished. Thus, O Janamejaya, did the Pandavas urged by Narada, established a rule amongst themselves in regard to their common wife. And it was for this, O Bharata, that no dispute ever arose between them. Section CCXV. Arjuna-Vanavasupava. Vaisampayana said, the Pandavas, having established such a rule, continued to reside there. By the prowess of their arms they brought many kings under this way. And Krishna became obedient unto all the 5 sons of Pritha, those lions among men, of immeasurable energy. Like the river Saraswati decked with elephants, which again take pleasure in that stream, Draupadi took great delight in her 5 heroic husbands, and they too took delight in her. And in consequence of the illustrious Pandavas being exceedingly virtuous in their practice, the whole race of Kurus, free from sin, and happy, grew in prosperity. After some time, O king, it so happened that certain robbers lifted the cattle of a Brahmana, and while they were carrying away the booty, the Brahmana, deprived of his senses by anger, repaired to Kandavaprastha, and began to reprove the Pandavas in accents of woe. The Brahmana said, Ye Pandavas, from this your dominion, my kine are even now being taken away by force by despicable and wicked wretches. Pursue ye the thieves. Alas, the sacrificial better of a peaceful Brahmana is being taken away by crows. Alas, the wretched jackal invadeth the empty cave of a lion. A king that taketh the 6th part of the produce of the land without protecting the subject, hath been called by the wise to be the most sinful person in the whole world. The wealth of a Brahmana is being taken away by robbers, virtue itself is sustaining a diminution. Take me up by the hand, ye Pandavas, for I am plunged in grief. Vaisampayana continued, Dhananjaya, the son of Kunti, heard those accents of the Brahman weeping in bitter grief. As soon as he heard those accents, he loudly assured the Brahmana, saying, No fear. But it so happened that the chamber where the illustrious Pandavas had their weapons was then occupied by Yudhishthira the just with Krishna. Arjuna, therefore, was incapable of entering it or going alone with the Brahmana, though repeatedly urged to do either by the weeping accents of the Brahmana. Summoned by the Brahmana, Arjuna reflected, with a sorrowful heart, Alas, this innocent Brahmana's wealth is being robbed. I should certainly dry up his tears. He hath come to our gate, and is weeping even now. If I do not protect him, the king will be touched with sin in consequence of my indifference. Our own religiousness will be cited throughout the kingdom, and we shall incur a great sin. If, disregarding the king, I enter the chamber, without doubt I shall be behaving untruthfully towards the monarch without a foe. By entering the chamber, again, I incur the penalty of an exile in the woods. But I must overlook everything. I care not if I have to incur sin by disregarding the king. I care not if I have to go to the woods and die there. Virtue is superior to the body and lasteth after the body hath perished. Dhananjaya, arriving at this resolution, entered the chamber and talked with Yudhishthira. Coming out with a bow, he cheerfully told the Brahmana, "Proceed, O Brahmana, with haste, so that those wretched robbers may not go much ahead of us. I shall accompany thee and restore unto thee thy wealth that hath fallen into the hands of the thieves." Then Dhananjaya, capable of using both his arms with equal skill, armed with a bow and cased in mail and riding in his war chariot decked with a standard, pursued the thieves, and piercing them with his arrows, compelled them to give up the booty. Benefiting the Brahmana thus by making over to him his kine, and winning great renown, the hero returned to the capital. Bowing unto all the elders, and congratulated by everybody, Partha at last approached Yudhishthira, and addressing him, said, "Give me leave, O Lord, to observe the vow I took. In beholding thee sitting with Draupadi, I have violated the rule established by ourselves. I shall therefore go into the woods, for this is even our understanding." Then Yudhishthira, suddenly hearing those painful words, became afflicted with grief, and said in an agitated voice, "Why?" A little while after, King Yudhishthira in grief said unto his brother Dhananjaya of curly hair, who never departed from his vows, these words, "O sinless one, if I am an authority worthy of regard, listen to what I say. O hero, full well do I know the reason why thou hadst entered my chamber and didst what thou regardest to be an act disagreeable to me. But there is no displeasure in my mind. The younger brother may, without fault, enter the chamber where the elder brother sitteth with his wife. It is only the elder brother that acts against the rules of propriety by entering the room where the younger brother sitteth with his wife. Therefore, O thou of mighty arms, desist from thy purpose. Do what I say. Thy virtue hath sustained no diminution. Thou hast not disregarded me." Arjuna, hearing this, replied, "I have heard, even from thee, that quibbling is not permitted in the discharge of duty. I cannot waver from truth. Truth is my weapon." Vaisampayana continued. Obtaining then the king's permission, Arjuna prepared himself for a forest life, and he went to the forest to live there for 12 years. Section XV. Arjuna Vanavasubhava continued. Vaisampayana said, when that spreader of the renown of Kuru's race, the strong-armed Arjuna, set out for the forest, Brahmanas conversant with the Vedas walked behind that illustrious hero to a certain distance, followed by Brahmanas conversant with the Vedas and their branches and devoted to the contemplation of the Supreme Spirit, by persons skilled in music, by ascetics devoted to the deity, by reciters of Puranas, by narrators of sacred stories, by devotees leading celibate lives, by vanaprasthas, by Brahmanas sweetly reciting celestial histories, and by various other classes of persons of sweet speeches, Arjuna journeyed like Indra, followed by the Maruts. And, O thou of Bharata's race, that bull among the Bharatas saw, as he journeyed, many delightful and picturesque forests, lakes, rivers, seas, provinces, and waters. At length, on arriving at the source of the Ganges, the mighty hero thought of settling there. Listen now, O Janamejaya, to a wonderful feat which that foremost of the sons of Pandu, of high soul, did, while living there. When that son of Kunti, O Bharata, and the Brahmanas who had followed him, took up their residence in that region, the latter performed innumerable Agnihotras, sacrificial rites by igniting the sacred fire. And, O king, in consequence of those learned vow-observing and illustrious Brahmanas, who never deviated from the right path, daily establishing and igniting with mantras on the banks of that sacred stream, after the performance of their ablutions, fires for their sacrifices, and pouring libations of clarified butter into the same, and worshipping those fires with offerings of the flowers, that region itself where the Ganges entered the plains became exceedingly beautiful. One day that bull amongst the Pandavas, while residing in that region in the midst of those Brahmanas, descended, as usual, into the Ganges to perform his ablutions. After his ablutions had been over, and after he had offered oblations of water unto his deceased ancestors, he was about to get up from the stream to perform his sacrificial rites before the fire, when the mighty armed hero, O king, was dragged into the bottom of the water by Alupai, the daughter of the king of the Nagas, urged by the god of desire. And it so happened that the son of Bandu was carried into the beautiful mansion of Kauravya, the king of the Nagas. Arjuna saw there a sacrificial fire ignited for himself. Beholding that fire, Dhananjaya, the son of Kunti, performed his sacrificial rites with devotion. And Agni was much gratified with Arjuna for the fearlessness with which that hero had poured libations into his manifest form. After he had thus performed his rites before the fire, the son of Kunti, beholding the daughter of the king of the Nagas, addressed her smilingly and said, O handsome girl, what an act of rashness hast thou done? O timid one! Whose is this beautiful region? Who art thou and whose daughter? Hearing these words of Arjuna, Alupai answered, There is a Naga of the name of Kauravya, born in the line of Iravata. I am, O prince, the daughter of that Kauravya, and my name is Alupai. O tiger among men, beholding thee descend into the stream to perform thy ablutions, I was deprived of reason by the god of desire. O sinless one, I am still unmarried. Afflicted as I am by the god of desire on account of thee, O thou of Kuru's race, gratify me today by giving thyself up to me. Arjuna replied, commanded by King Yudhishthira, O amiable one, I am undergoing the vow of Brahmacharin for 12 years. I am not free to act in any way I like. But, O ranger of the waters, I am still willing to do thy pleasure, if I can. I have never spoken an untruth in my life. Tell me, therefore, O Naga maid, how I may act so that, while doing thy pleasure, I may not be guilty of any untruth or breach of duty. Alupai answered, I know, O son of Pandu, why thou wanderest over the earth, and why thou hast been commanded to lead the life of a Brahmacharin by the superior. Even this was the understanding to which all of you had been pledged, viz., that amongst you all owning Drupada's daughter as your common wife, he who would from ignorance enter the room where one of you would be sitting with her, should lead the life of a Brahmacharin in the woods for 12 years. The exile of any one amongst you, therefore, is only for the sake of Draupadi. Thou art but observing the duty arising from that vow. Thy virtue cannot sustain any diminution, by acceding to my solicitation. Then again, O thou of large eyes, it is a duty to relieve the distressed. Thy virtue suffereth no diminution by relieving me. O, if, by this act, O Arjuna, thy virtue doth suffer a small diminution, thou wilt acquire great merit by saving my life. Know me for thy worshipper, O Patha. Therefore, yield thyself up to me. Even this, O Lord, is the opinion of the wise, viz., that one should accept a woman that with. If thou do not act in this way, know that I will destroy myself. O thou of mighty arms, earn great merit by saving my life. I seek thy shelter, O best of men. Thou protectest always, O son of Kunti, the afflicted and the masterless. I seek thy protection, weeping in sorrow. I woo thee, being filled with desire. Therefore, do what is agreeable to me. It behoveth thee to gratify my wish by yielding thyself up to me. Vaisampayana said, thus addressed by the daughter of the king of the Nagas, the son of Kunti did everything she desired, making virtue his motive. The mighty Arjuna, spending the night in the mansion of the Naga, rose with the sun in the morning. Accompanied by Alupai, he came back from the palace of Kauravya to the region where the Ganges entereth the plains. The chaste Alupai, taking her leave there, returned to her own abode. And, O Bharata, she granted unto Arjuna a boon, making him invincible in water, saying, every amphibious creature shall, without doubt, be vanquishable by thee. Section XVI. Arjuna Vanavasabhava continued. Vaisampayana said, then the son of the wielder of the thunderbolt narrated everything unto those Brahmanas, residing with him there, set out for the breast of Himavat. Arriving at the spot called Agastyavarta, he next went to Vasishta's peak. Thence the son of Kunti proceeded to the peak of Bhrigu, purifying himself with ablutions and other rites there. That foremost of the Kuras gave away unto Brahmanas many thousands of cows and many houses. Thence that best of men proceeded to the sacred asylum called Haranavandu, performing his ablutions there. That foremost of the sons of Pandu saw many holy regions. Descending from those heights the chief of men, O Bharata, accompanied by the Brahmanas, journeyed towards the east, desiring to behold the regions that lay in that direction. That foremost one of Kuru's race saw many regions of sacred waters, one after another, and beholding in the forest of Namish the delightful river Utpalini, full of lotuses, and the Nanda and the Aparananda, the far-famed Kausiki, and the mighty rivers Gaya and Ganga, and all the regions of sacred water, he purified himself, O Bharata, with usual rites, and gave away many cows unto Brahmanas. Whatever regions of sacred waters and whatever other holy palaces there were in Vanga and Kalinga, Arjuna visited all of them. Seeing them all and performing proper ceremonies, he gave away much wealth. Then, O Bharata, all those Brahmanas following the son of Pandu, bade him farewell at the gate of the kingdom of Kalinga and desisted from proceeding with him any further. The braved Ananjaya, the son of Kunti, obtaining their leave, went towards the ocean, accompanied by only a few attendants. Crossing the country of the Kalingas, the mighty one proceeded, seeing on his way diverse countries and sacred spots and diverse delightful mansions and houses. Beholding the Mahendra mountain adorned with the ascetics, residing there, he went to Manipura, proceeding slowly along the seashore. Beholding all the sacred waters and other holy places in that province, the strong-armed son of Pandu at last went, O king, to the virtuous Chitravahana, the ruler of Manipura. The king of Manipura had a daughter of great beauty named Chitrangada. And it so happened that Arjuna beheld her in her father's palace roving at pleasure. Beholding the handsome daughter of Chitravahana, Arjuna desired to possess her. Going unto the king, her father, he represented unto him what he sought. He said, Give away unto me thy daughter, O king. I am an illustrious Kshatriya's son. Hearing this, the king asked him, Whose son art thou? Arjuna replied, I am Dhananjaya, the son of Pandankunti. The king, hearing this, spoke unto him these words in a sweet accents. There was in our race a king of the name of Prabhanjana, who was childless. To obtain a child, he underwent severe ascetic penances. By his severe asceticism, O Partha, he gratified that god of gods, Mahadeva, the husband of that supreme lord holding the mighty bow called Pinaka. The illustrious lord granted him the boon that each successive descendant of his race should have one child only. In consequence of that boon only one child is born unto every successive descendant of this race. All my ancestors, one after another, had each a male child. I, however, have only a daughter to perpetuate my race. But, O bull amongst men, I ever look upon this daughter of mine as my son. O bull of Bharata's race, I have duly made her a Putrika. Therefore, one amongst the sons that may be begotten upon her by thee, O Bharata, shall be the perpetuator of my race. That son is the dower for which I may give away my daughter. O son of Pandu, if thou choosest, thou canst take her upon this understanding. Hearing these words of the king, Arjuna accepted them all, saying, So be it. Taking Chitravahana's daughter as his wife, the son of Kunti, resided in that city for 3 years. When Chitrangada at last gave birth to a son, Arjuna embraced that handsome princess affectionately, and taking leave of the king, her father, he set out on his wanderings again. Section XVI. Arjuna Vanavasabhava continued. Vaisampayana said, then that bull of Bharata's race went to the sacred waters on the banks of the southern ocean, all adorned with the ascetics residing there. And there lay scattered 5 such regions where also dwelt many ascetics. But those 5 waters themselves were shunned by all of them. Those sacred waters were called Agastya, and Saubhadra and Paloma of great holiness, and Karandama of great propitiousness, yielding the fruits of a horse sacrifice unto those that bathe there, and Bharadwaja, that great washer of sins. That foremost one among the Kuras, beholding those 5 sacred waters, and finding them uninhabited, and ascertaining also that they were shunned by the virtuous ascetics dwelling around, asked those pious men with joined hands, saying, why, O ascetics, are these 5 sacred waters shunned by utterers of Brahma? Hearing him, the ascetics replied, there dwell in these waters 5 large crocodiles which take away the ascetics that may happen to bathe in them. It is for this, O son of Kuru's race, that these waters are shunned. Vaisampayana continued, hearing these words of the ascetics, that foremost of men endued with mighty arms, though dissuaded by them went to behold those waters. Arrived at the excellent sacred water called Saubhadra after a great rishi, the brave scorcher of all foes suddenly plunged into it to have a bath. As soon as that tiger among men had plunged into the water, a great crocodile, that was in it, seized him by the leg. But the strong-armed Dhananjaya, the son of Kunti, that foremost of all men endues with might, seized that struggling ranger of the water and dragged it forcibly to the shore. But dragged by the renowned Arjuna to the land, that crocodile became transformed into a beautiful damsel bedecked with ornament. O king, that charming damsel of celestial form seemed to shine for her beauty and complexion. Dhananjaya, the son of Kunti, beholding that strange sight, asked that damsel with a pleased heart, who art thou, O beautiful one? Why hast thou been a ranger of the waters? Why also didst thou commit such a dreadful sin? The damsel replied, saying, I am, O mighty armed one, an Apsara that sported in the celestial woods. I am, O mighty one, Varga by name, and ever dear unto the celestial treasurer, Kuvara. I have 4 other companions, all handsome and capable of going everywhere at will. Accompanied by them I was one day going to the abode of Kuvara. On the way we beheld a Brahmana of rigid vows, and exceedingly handsome, studying the Vedas in solitude. The whole forest, in which he was sitting, seemed to be covered with his ascetic splendor. He seemed to have illuminated the whole region like the sun himself. Beholding his ascetic devotion of that nature and his wonderful beauty, we alighted in that region, in order to disturb his meditations. Myself and Saurabhi and Samiki and Vadvuda and Lata approached that Brahmana, O Bharata, at the same time. We began to sing and smile and otherwise tempt that Brahmana. But, O hero, that Brahmana, youth, set not his heart even once upon us. His mind fixed on pure meditation, that youth of great energy suffered not his heart to waver. O bull among Kshatriyas, the glance he cast upon us was one of wrath. And he said, staring at us, becoming crocodiles, range ye the waters for 100 years. Section 6. Arjuna Vanavasabhava continued. Vaisampayana said, Varga continued, we were then, O foremost one of Bharata's race, deeply distressed at this curse. We sought to propitiate that Brahmana of ascetic wealth that departed not from his vow. Addressing him, we said, inflated with a sense of our beauty and youth, and urged by the god of desire, we have acted very improperly. It behoveth thee, O Brahmana, to pardon us. Truly, O Brahmana, it was death to us that we had at all come hither to tempt thee of rigid vows and ascetic wealth. The virtuous, however, have said that women should never be slain. Therefore grow thou in virtue. It behoveth thee not to slay us so. O thou that art conversant with virtue, it hath been said that a Brahmana is ever the friend of every creature. O thou with great prosperity, let this speech of the wise become true. The eminent always protect those that seek protection at their hands. We seek thy protection. It behoveth thee to grant us pardon. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed, that Brahmana of virtuous soul and good deeds and equal in splendor, O hero, unto the sun or the moon, became propitious unto them. And the Brahmana said, the words 100 and 100,000 are all indicative of eternity. The word 100, however, as employed by me is to be understood as a limited period and not indicative of a period without end. Ye shall, therefore, becoming crocodiles, seize and take away men, for only 100 years as explained by me. At the end of that period, an exalted individual will drag you all from water to the land. Then you will resume your real forms. Never have I spoken an untruth even in jest. Therefore, all that I have said must come to pass. And those sacred waters, within which I assign you your places, will, after you will have been delivered by that individual, become known all over the world by the name of Nari Tirthas, or sacred waters connected with the sufferings and the deliverance of females, and all of them shall become sacred and sin-cleansing in the eyes of the virtuous and the wise. Vaisampayana continued, Bhaga then addressing Arjuna, finished her discourse, saying, hearing these words of the Brahmana, we saluted him with reverence and walked round him. Leaving that region we came away with heavy hearts, thinking as we proceeded, where shall we all soon meet with that man who will give us back our own shapes, after our transformation. As we were thinking of it, in almost a moment, O Bharata, we beheld even the eminent celestial Rishi Narada. Beholding that Rishi of immeasurable energy, our hearts were filled with joy. Saluting him with reverence, O Partha, we stood before him, with blushing faces. He asked of us the cause of our sorrow, and we told him all. Hearing what had happened, the Rishi said, in the lowlands bordering on the southern ocean, there are 5 regions of sacred water. They are delightful and eminently holy. Go ye thither without delay. That tiger among men, Dhananjaya, the son of Bandhu of pure soul, will soon deliver you, without doubt, from this sad plight. O hero, hearing the Rishi's words, all of us came hither. O sinless one, true it is that I had today been delivered by thee. But those 4 friends of mine are still within the other waters here. O hero, do a good deed by delivering them also. Vaisampayana continued, then, O monarch, that foremost of the Pandavas, endued with great prowess, cheerfully delivered all of them from that curse. Raising from the waters, they all regained their own forms. Those Apsaras then, O king, all looked as before. Freeing those sacred waters from the danger for which they had been notorious, and giving the Apsaras leave to go where they chose, Arjuna became desirous of once more beholding Chitrangada. He, therefore, proceeded towards the city of Manipura. Arrived there, he beheld on the throne the son he had begotten upon Chitrangada, and who was called by the name of Babruvahana. Seeing Chitrangada once more, Arjuna proceeded, O monarch, towards the spot called Gokana. Section CCXX. Arjuna Vanavasabhava continued. Vaisampayana said, then Arjuna of immeasurable prowess saw, one after another, all the sacred waters and other holy places that were on the shores of the western ocean. Vatsu reached the sacred spot called Prabhasa. When the invisible Arjuna arrived at that sacred and delightful region, the slayer of Madhu, Krishna, heard of it. Madhava soon went there to see his friend, the son of Kunti. Krishna and Arjuna met together and embracing each other inquired after each other's welfare. Those dear friends, who were none else than the rishis Nara and Narayana of old, sat down. Vasudeva asked Arjuna about his travels, saying, "Why, O Pandava, art thou wandering over the earth, beholding all the sacred waters and other holy places?" Then Arjuna told him everything that had happened. Hearing everything, that mighty hero of Vrishani's race said, "This is as it should be." And Krishna and Arjuna, having sported as they liked, for some time at Prabhasa, went to the Rayavadaka mountain to pass some days there. Before they arrived at Rayavadaka, that mountain had, at the command of Krishna, been well adorned by many artificers. Much food also had, at Krishna's command, been collected there. Enjoying everything that had been collected there for him, Arjuna sat with Vasudeva to see the performances of the actors and the dancers. Then the high-souled Pandava, dismissing them all with proper respect, laid himself down on a well-adorned and excellent bed. As the strong-armed one lay on that excellent bed, he described unto Krishna everything about the sacred waters, the lakes and the mountains, the rivers and the forests he had seen. While he was speaking of these, stretched upon that celestial bed, sleep, O Janamjaya, stole upon him. He rose in the morning, awakened by sweet songs and melodious notes of the veena, ditar, and the panegyrics and benedictions of the bards. After he had gone through the necessary acts and ceremonies, he was affectionately accosted by him of the Vrishani race. Riding upon a golden car, the hero then set out for Dwaraka, the capital of the Yadavas. And, O Janamjaya, for honouring the son of Kunti, the city of Dwaraka was well adorned, even all the gardens and houses within it. The citizens of Dwaraka, desirous of beholding the son of Kunti, began to pour eagerly into the public thoroughfares by hundreds of thousands. In the public squares and thoroughfares, hundreds and thousands of women, mixing with the men, swelled the great crowd of the Bijas, the Vrishnis, and the Andakas, that had collected there. Arjuna was welcomed with respect by all the sons of Bijas, the Vrishnis, and the Andakas. And he, in his turn, worshipped those that deserved his worship, receiving their blessings. The hero was welcomed with affectionate reception by all the young men of the Yadava tribe. He repeatedly embraced all that were equal to him in age. Wending then to the delightful mansion of the Krishna that was filled with gems and every article of enjoyment, he took up his abode there with Krishna for many days. Section 60. Subhadra Harana Pava. Vaisampayana said, O best of monarchs, within a few days after this, there commenced on the Rayavadaka mountain a grand festival of the Vrishnis and the Andakas. At the mountain festival of the Bijas, the Vrishnis and the Andakas, the heroes of those tribes began to give away much wealth unto Brahmanas by thousands. The region around that hill, O king, was adorned with many a mansion decked with gems and many an artificial tree of gaudy hue. The musicians struck up in concert and the dancers began to dance and the vocalists to sing. And the youth of the Vrishani race, endued with great energy, adorned with every ornament, and riding in their gold-decked cars, looked extremely handsome. The citizens, some on foot and some in excellent cars, with their wives and followers, were there by hundreds and thousands. And there was the Lord Hiladara, Balarama, roving at will, hilarious with drink, accompanied by his wife, Revati, and followed by many musicians and vocalists. There came Ugrasen also, the powerful king of Vrishani race, accompanied by his 1,000 wives and followed by sweet singers. And Rukmanya and Shanthu also, ever furious in battle, roved there, excited with drink and adorned with floral wreaths of great beauty and with costly attires, and disported themselves like a pair of celestials. And Akrura and Sarana and Gada, and Vabru, and Nisita, and Charudishna, and Prithu, Viprithu, and Satyaka, and Satyaki, and Banagara, and Maharava, and Hardikya, and Udava, and many others whose names are not given, accompanied by their wives that followed by bands of singers, adorned that mountain festival. When that delightful festival of immense grandeur commenced, Vasudeva and Partha went about, together, beholding everything around. While wandering there, they saw the handsome daughter of Vasudeva, Bhadra by name, decked with every ornament, in the midst of her maids. As soon as Arjuna beheld her, he was possessed by the god of desire. Then, O Bharata, the tiger among men, Krishna, observing Partha contemplate her with absorbed attention, said with a smile, "How is this? Can the heart of one that rangeth thoughts be agitated by the god of desire? This is my sister, O Partha, and the uterine sister of Sruna. Blessed be thou, her name is Bhadra, and she is the favourite daughter of my father. Tell me if thy heart is fixed upon her, for I shall then speak to my father myself." Arjuna answered, "She is Vasudeva's daughter, and Vasudeva's, Krishna, sister, endues with so much beauty, whom can she not fascinate? If this thy sister, this maid of the Vrishani race, becometh my wife, truly may I win prosperity in everything. Tell me, O Janardana, by what means I may obtain her. To get her I will achieve anything that is achievable by man." Vasudeva answered, "O bull amongst men, self-choice hath been ordained for the marriage of Kshatriyas. But that is doubtful, in its consequences, O Partha, as we do not know this girl's temper and disposition. In the case of Kshatriyas that are brave, a forcible abduction for purposes of marriage is applauded, as the learned have said. Therefore, O Arjuna, carry away this my beautiful sister by force, for who knows what she may do at a self-choice." Then Krishna and Arjuna, having thus settled as to what should be done, sent some speedy messengers unto Yudhishthira at Indraprastha, informing him of everything. The strong-armed Yudhishthira, as soon as he heard it, gave his assent to it. Section XXI. Subhadra Parva continued. Vaisampayana said, Then Dhananjaya, informed of the assent of Yudhishthira, and ascertaining, O Janamjaya, that the maiden had gone to the Rayavataka hill, obtained the assent of Vasudeva also, after having settled in consultation with him all that required to be done. Then that bull of Bharata's race, that foremost of men, with Krishna's assent, riding in his well-built car of gold equipped with rows of small bells and with every kind of weapon, and the clatter of whose wheels resembled the roar of the clouds, and whose splendour was like unto that of a blazing fire, and which struck terror into the hearts of all foes, and unto which were yoked the steeds Savia and Sugriva, himself accoutred in mail and armed with sword, and his fingers encased in leathern gloves, set out, as it were, on a hunting expedition. Meanwhile Subhadra, having paid her homage unto that prince of hills, Rayavataka, and having worshipped the deities and made the Brahmanas utter benedictions upon her, and having also walked round the hill, was coming towards Dwaravati. The son of Kunti, afflicted with the shafts of the god of desire, suddenly rushed towards that Yadava girl of faultless features and forcibly took her into his car. Having seized that girl of sweet smiles, that tiger among men proceeded in his car of gold towards his own city, Indraprastha. Meanwhile, the armed attendants of Subhadra, beholding her thus seized and taken away, all ran, crying towards the city of Dwaraka. Reaching all together the Yadava court called by the name of Sardama, they represented everything about the prowess of Partha to the chief officer of the court. The chief officer of the court, having heard everything from those messengers, blew his gold-decked trumpet of loud blare, calling all to arms. Stirred up by that sound, the Bhajas, the Vrishnis, and the Andakas began to pour in from all sides. Those that were eating left their food, And those that were drinking left their drink, those tigers among men, those great warriors of the Vrishni and the Andaka tribes, took their seats upon their 1,000 thrones of gold covered with excellent carpets and variegated with gems and corals and possessed of the lustre of blazing fire. Indeed, they took their seats upon those thrones, like blazing fires receiving faggots to increase their splendor. And after they were seated in that court which was like unto a conclave of the celestials themselves, the chief officer of the court, assisted by those that stood at his back, spoke of the conduct of Jishnu. The proud Vrishni heroes, of eyes red with wine, as soon as they heard of it, rose up from their seats, unable to brook what Arjuna had done. Some amongst them said, "Yoga cars," and some, "Bring our weapons," and some said, "Bring our costly bows and strong coats of mail," and some loudly called upon their charioteers to harness their cars, and some, from impatience, themselves yoked their horses decked with gold unto their cars. And while their cars and armors and standards were being brought, loud became the uproar of those heroes. Then Valadeva, white and tall as the peak of Kailasa, decked with garlands of wild flowers and attired in blue robes, and proud and intoxicated with drink, said these words: "Ye senseless men, what are ye doing, when Janardana sitteth silent? Without knowing what is in his mind, vainly do we roar in wrath. Let the high-souled Krishna give out what he proposeth, accomplish promptly what he desireth to do." Then all of them, hearing those words of Haliuda that deserved to be accepted, exclaimed, "Excellent! Excellent!" They then all became silent. Silence having been restored by the words of the intelligent Valadeva, they took their seats once more in that assembly. Then Rama, that oppressor of foes, spoke unto Vasudeva, saying, "Why, O Janardana, sittest thou, gazing silently? O Achaluta, it was for thy sake that the son of Pritha had been welcomed and honoured by us. It seemeth, however, that that vile wretch deserved not our homage. What man is the born of a respectable family that would break the plate after having dined from it? Even if one desireth to make such an alliance, yet remembering all the services he hath received, who is there, desirous of happiness, that acts so rashly? That Pandava disregarding us and thee two hath today outraged Subhadra, desiring to compass his own death. He hath placed his foot on the crown of my head. How shall I, O Govinda, tamely bear it? Shall I not resent it, even like a snake that is trodden upon? Alone shall I today make the earth destitute of Kauravas. Never shall I put up with this transgression by Arjuna." Then all the Bhajas, Vrishnis, and Andakas, present there, approved of everything that Valadeva had said, deeply roaring like unto a kettle drum o'er the clouds. Section XXI. Puranagarana Pava. Vaisampayana said, when the heroes of the Vrishni race began to speak repeatedly in this strain, Vasudeva uttered these words pregnant with deep import and consistent with true morality. Gadakisa, the conqueror of sleep, or he of the curly hair, by what he hath done, hath not insulted our family. He hath without doubt rather enhanced our respect. Path knoweth that we of the Satwata race are never mercenary. The son of Bandhu also regardeth a self-choice as doubtful in its results, who also would approve of accepting a bride in gift as if she were an animal. What man again is there on earth that would sell his offspring? I think Arjuna, seeing these faults in all the other methods, took the maiden away by force, according to the ordinance. This alliance is very proper. Subhadra is a renowned girl. Partha too possesseth renown. Perhaps, thinking of all this, Arjuna hath taken her away by force. Who is there that would not desire to have Arjuna for a friend, who is born in the race of Bharata and the renowned Santanu, and the son also of the daughter of Kantipoa? I do not see, in all the worlds with Indra and the Rudras, the person that can by force vanquish Partha in battle, except the three-eyed god Mahadeva. His car is well known. Yoked thereunto are those steeds of mine. Partha as a warrior is well known, and his lightness of hand is well known. Who shall be equal to him? Even this is my opinion. Go ye cheerfully after Dhananjaya and by conciliation stop him and bring him back. If Partha goes to his city after having vanquished us by force, our fame will be gone. There is no disgrace, however, in conciliation. Hearing, O monarch, those words of Vasudeva, they did as he directed. Stopped by them, Arjuna returned to Dwaraka and was united in marriage with Subhadra. Worshipped by the sons of Vrishani's race, Arjuna, sporting there as he pleased, passed a whole year in Dwaraka. The last year of his exile the exalted one passed at the sacred region of Pushkara. After the 12 years were complete he came back to Kandevaprastha. He approached the king first and then worshipped the Brahmanas with respectful attention. At last the hero went unto Draupadi. Draupadi, from jealousy, spoke unto him, saying, Why tarriest thou here, O son of Kunti? Go where the daughter of the Satwata race is. A second tie always relaxeth the first one upon the faggot. And Krishna lamented much in this strain. But Dhananjaya pacified her repeatedly and asked for her forgiveness. And returning soon unto where Subhadra, attired in red silk, was staying, Arjuna sent her into the inner apartments dressed not as a queen but in the simple garb of a cowherd woman. But arrived at the palace, the renowned Subhadra looked handsomer in that dress. The celebrated Bhadra of large and slightly red eyes first worshipped Pritha. Kunti from excess of affection smelt the head of that girl of perfectly faultless features, and pronounced infinite blessing upon her. Then that girl of face like the full moon hastily went unto Draupadi and worshipped her, saying, I am thy maid. Krishna rose hastily and embraced the sister of Madhava from affection, and said, Let thy husband be without a foe. Bhadra then, with a delighted heart, said unto Draupadi, So be it. From that time, O Janamejaya, those great warriors, the Pandavas, began to live happily, and Kunti also became very happy. Vaisampayana continued, when that scorcher of foes, viz. Kesava of pure soul and eyes, like lotus petals, heard that the foremost of the Pandavas, viz. Arjuna, had reached his own excellent city of Indraprastha, he came thither accompanied by Rama and the other heroes and great warriors of the Vrishani and the Andaka tribes, and by his brothers and sons and many other brave warriors. And Sorin came accompanied by a large army that protected him. And there came with Sorin, that oppressor of foes, viz. The exceedingly liberal Akrura of great intelligence and renown, the generalissimo of the brave Vrishani host. And there also came Anadrishti of great prowess, and Udava of great renown, of great intelligence, of great soul, and a disciple of Rihaspati himself. And there also came Satyaka and Salyaka and Gritavarman and Satwata, and Pradima and Samva and Nista and Sanku, and Charudishna, and Jili of great prowess, and Viprithu also, and Sarana of mighty arms, and Gada, the foremost of learned men. These and many other Vrishanis and Bhajas, and Andakas came to Indraprastha, bringing with them many nuptial presents. King Yudhishthira, hearing that Madhava had arrived, sent the twins out to receive him. Received by them, the Vrishani host of great prosperity entered Kandevaprastha well adorned with flags and ensigns. The streets were well swept and watered and decked with floral wreaths and bunches. These were, again, sprinkled over with sandalwood water that was fragrant and cooling. Every part of the town was filled with the sweet scent of burning aloes. And the city was full of joyous and healthy people and adorned with merchants and traders. That best of men, viz. Kesava of mighty arms, accompanied by Rama and many of the Vrishnis, Andakas and Bhajas, having entered the town, was worshipped by the citizens and Brahmanas by thousands. At last Kusava entered the palace of the king, which was like unto the mansion of Indra himself. Beholding Rama, Yudhishthira received him with due ceremonies. The king smelt the head of Kusava and embraced him. Govinda, gratified with the reception, humbly worshipped Yudhishthira. He also paid homage unto Bhima, the tiger among men. Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, then received the other principal men of the Vrishani and the Andaka tribes with due ceremonies. Yudhishthira reverentially worshipped some as his superiors, and welcomed others as equals. And some he received with affection, and by some he was worshipped with reverence. Then Rishikasa of great renown gave unto the party of the bridegroom much wealth. And unto Subhadra he gave the nuptial presents that had been given to her by her relatives. Krishna gave unto the Pandavas 1,000 cars of gold furnished with rows of bells, and unto each of which were put 4 steeds driven by well-trained charioteers. He also gave unto them 10,000 cows belonging to the country of Mathura, and yielding much milk and all of excellent colour. Well pleased, Janardana also gave them 1,000 mares with gold harnesses and of colour white as the beams of the moon. He also gave them 1,000 mules, all well trained and possessing the speed of the wind, of white colour with black manes. And he of eyes like lotus petals also gave unto them 1,000 damsels well skilled in assisting at bathing and at drinking, young in years and virgins all before their first season, well attired and of excellent complexion, each wearing 100 pieces of gold around her neck, of skins perfectly polished, decked with every ornament, and well skilled in every kind of personal service. Janardana also gave unto them hundreds of thousands of draft horses from the country of the Valikas as Subhadra's excellent dower. That foremost one of Dasahu's race also gave unto Subhadra as her piccolium 10 carrier-loads of first-class gold possessing the splendour of fire, some purified and some in a state of awe. And Rama, having the plough for his weapon and always loving bravery, gave unto Arjuna, as a nuptial present, 1,000 elephants with secretions flowing in 3 streams from the 3 parts of their bodies, the temple, the ears, and the anus, each large as a mountain summit, irresistible in battle, decked with coverlets and bells, well adorned with other golden ornaments, and equipped with excellent thrones on their backs. And that large wave of wealth and gems that the Yadavas presented, together with the cloths and blankets that represented its foam, and the elephants its alligators and sharks, and the flags its floating weeds swelling into large proportions, mingled with the Bandu ocean and filled it to the brim, to the great sorrow of all foes. Yudhishthira accepted all those presents and worshipped all those great warriors of the Vrishani and the Andaka races. Those illustrious heroes of the Kuru, the Vrishani, and the Andaka races passed their days in pleasure and merriment there like virtuous men, after death, in the celestial regions. The Kurus and the Vrishanis with joyous hearts amused themselves there, setting up at times loud shouts mingled with clappings of the hand, spending many days in sports and merriment there, and worshipped by the Kurus all the while. The Vrishani heroes, endued with great energy, then returned to the city of Dwaravati. And the great warriors of the Vrishani and the Andaka races set out with Rama in the van, carrying with them those gems of the purest rays that had been given them by those foremost ones of Kuru's race. And, O Bharata, the high-souled Vasudeva remained there with Arjuna in the delightful city of Indraprastha. And the illustrious one wandered over the banks of the Yamuna in search of deer. And he sported with Arjuna, piercing with his shaft steer and wild boars. Then Subhadra, the favourite sister of Kusava, gave birth to an illustrious son, like Buloma's daughter, the queen of heaven, bringing forth Jayanta. And the son that Subhadra brought forth was of long arms, broad chest, and eyes as large as those of a bull. That hero and oppressor of foes came to be called Abhimanyu. And the son of Arjuna, that grinder of foes and bull among men, was called Abhimanyu because he was fearless and wrathful. And that great warrior was begotten upon the daughter of the Satwata race by Dhananjaya, like fire produced in a sacrifice from within the Sami wood by the process of rubbing. Upon the birth of this child, Yudhishthira, the powerful son of Kunti, gave away unto Brahmanas 10,000 cows and coins of gold. The child from his earliest years became the favourite of Vasudeva and of his father and uncles, like the moon of all the people of the world. Upon his birth, Krishna performed the usual rites of infancy. The child began to grow up like the moon of the bright fortnight. That grinder of foes soon became conversant with the Vedas and acquired from his father the science of weapon both celestial and human, consisting of 4 branches and 10 divisions. Endued with great strength, the child also acquired the knowledge of counteracting the weapons hurled at him by others, and great lightness of hand and fleetness of motion forward and backward and transverse and wheeling. Abhimanyu became like unto his father in knowledge of the scriptures and rites of religion. And Dhananjaya, beholding his son, became filled with joy. Like Maghavat beholding Arjuna, the latter beheld his son Abhimanyu and became exceedingly happy. Abhimanyu possessed the power of slaying every foe and bore on his person every auspicious mark. He was invisible in battle and broad-shouldered as the bull. Possessing a broad face as the hood of the snake, he was proud like the lion. Wielding a large bow, his prowess was like that of an elephant in rut. Possessed of a face handsome as the full moon, and of a voice deep as the sound of the drum or the clouds, he was equal unto Krishna in bravery and energy, in beauty and in features. The auspicious Panchali also, from her 5 husbands, obtained 5 sons, all of whom were heroes of the foremost rank and immovable in battle like the hills. Prativindaya by Yudhishthira, Sutasoma by Vrikadara, Srutakarman by Arjuna, Satanika by Nakula, and Srutasena by Sahadeva, these were the 5 heroes and great warriors that Panchali brought forth, like Aditi bringing forth the Adityas. And the Brahmanas, from their foreknowledge, said unto Yudhishthira that as the son of his would be capable of bearing like the Vindhya mountains the weapons of the foe, he should be called Prativindaya. And because the child that Draupadi bore to Bhimasena was born after Bhima had performed 1,000 Soma sacrifices, he came to be called Sutasoma. And because Arjuna's son was born upon his return from exile, during which he had achieved many celebrated feats, that child came to be called Srutakarman. While Nakula named his son Satnika after a royal sage of that name, in the illustrious race of Kuru. Again the son that Draupadi bore to Sahadeva was born under the constellation called Vanideyavata, Kritika, therefore was he called after the generalissimo of the celestial host, Srutasena, Kartikeya. The sons of Draupadi were born, each at the interval of 1 year, and all of them became renowned and much attached to one another. And, O monarch, all the rites of infancy and childhood, such as Chudakarana and Upanayana, first shave of the head and investiture with the sacred threads, were performed by Dharmya according to the ordinance. All of them, of excellent behaviour and vows, after having studied the Vedas, acquired from Arjuna a knowledge of all the weapons, celestial and human. And, O tiger among kings, the Pandavas, having obtained sons all of whom were equal unto the children of the celestials and endued with broad chests, and all of whom became great warriors, were filled with joy. Section Ksif. Kandavadahapava. Vaisampayana said, the Pandavas, after they had taken up their abode at Indraprastha at the command of Dhritarashtra and Bhishma, began to bring other kings under this way. All the subjects of the kingdom lived most happily, depending upon Yudhishthira the just, like a soul living happily depending upon a body blessed with auspicious marks and pious deeds. And, O bull in Brata's race, Yudhishthira paid homage unto virtue, pleasure, and profit, in judicious proportion, as if each were a friend dear unto him as his own self. It seemed as if the three pursuits, virtue, pleasure, and profit, became personified on earth, and amongst them the king shone as a fourth. The subjects, having obtained Yudhishthira as their king, obtained in their monarch one that was devoted to the study of the Vedas, one that was performer of the great sacrifices, and one that was protector of all good people. In consequence of Yudhishthira's influence, the good fortune of all the monarchs of the earth became stationary, and their hearts became devoted to the meditation of the Supreme Spirit, and virtue itself began to grow every way all round. And in the midst of and assisted by his four brothers, the king looked more resplendent than he would have done if he were alone, like a great sacrifice depending upon and assisted by the four Vedas. Many learned Brahmanas with Dhananjaya at the head, each like unto Vrihaspati, waited upon the monarch, like the celestials waiting upon the Lord of the creation. From excess of affection, the eyes and hearts of all the people equally took great delight in Yudhishthira, who was even as the full moon without a stain. The people took delight in him not only because he was their king, but also from sincere affection. The king always did what was agreeable to them. The sweet-speeched Yudhishthira of great intelligence never uttered anything that was improper or untrue or unbearable or disagreeable. The best of monarchs of the Brata race, endued with great energy, passed his days happily for the welfare of all as his own. His brothers also bringing by their energy other kings under this way, passed their days in happiness, without a foe to disturb their peace. After a few days, Vatsu, addressing Krishna, said, "The summer days have set in, O Krishna. Therefore, let us go to the banks of the Yamuna. O slayer of Madhu, sporting there in the company of friends, we will, O Janardana, return in the evening." Thereupon Vasudeva said, "O son of Kunti, this is also my wish. Let us, O Partha, sport in the waters as we please, in the company of friends." Vaisampayana continued, "Then, O Bharata, having consulted thus with each other, Partha and Govinda, with Yudhishthira's leave, set out, surrounded by friends. Reaching a fine spot, on the banks of the Yamuna, suitable for purposes of pleasure, overgrown with numerous tall trees and covered with several high mansions that made the place look like the celestial city, and within which had been collected for Krishna and Partha numerous costly and well-flavoured viands and drinks and other articles of enjoyment and floral wreaths and various perfumes. The party entered without delay the inner apartments adorned with many precious gems of purees. Entering those apartments, everybody, O Bharata, began to sport, according to his pleasure. The women of the party, all of full rotund hips and deep bosoms and handsome eyes, and gait unsteady with wine, began to sport there at the command of Krishna and Partha. Some amongst the women sported as they liked in the woods, some in the waters, and some within the mansions, as directed by Partha and Govinda. Draupadi and Subhadra, exhilarated with wine, began to give away unto the women so sporting their costly robes and ornaments. And some amongst those women began to dance in joy, and some began to sing, and some amongst them began to laugh and jest, and some to drink excellent wines. Some began to obstruct one another's progress, and some to fight with one another, and to discourse with one another in private. Those mansions and the woods, filled with the charming music of flutes and guitars and kettle drums, became the scene of prosperity personified. When such was the state of things there, Arjuna and Vasudeva went to a certain charming spot in those woods, not far from the place where the others were. O monarch, the high-souled Krishna, and that subjugators of hostile cities, viz., Arjuna, going thither, sat down upon two very costly seats. Vasudeva and Partha amused themselves therewith, discoursing upon many past achievements of prowess and other topics. And to Vasudeva and Dhananjaya, happily sitting like the Aswins in heaven, a certain Brahmana came. The Brahmana that came looked like a tall salad tree. His complexion was like unto molten gold, his beard was bright yellow tinged with green, and the height and the thickness of the body were in just proportion. Of matted locks and dressed in rags, he resembled the morning sun in splendour. Of eyes like lotus petals and of a tawny hue, he seemed to be blazing with effulgence. Beholding that foremost of Brahmanas blazing with splendour approach towards them, both Arjuna and Vasudeva, hastily rising from their seats, stood, waiting for his commands. Section CCXXV. Kandava Dahapava continued. Vaisampayana said, then that Brahmana addressed Arjuna and Vasudeva of the Satvata race, saying, Ye who are now staying so near unto Kandava are the two foremost of heroes on earth. I am a voracious Brahmana that always eateth much. O thou of the Vrishani race, and O Partha, I solicit you to gratify me by giving me sufficient food. Thus addressed by the Brahmana, Krishna and the son of Pandu answered him, saying, O, tell us what kind of food will gratify thee so that we may endeavour to give it thee. The illustrious Brahmana thus replied to, said unto those heroes who were inquiring after the kind of food he sought, I do not desire to eat ordinary food. Know that I am Magni. Give me that food which switeth me. This forest of Kandava is always protected by Indra. And as it is protected by the illustrious one, I always fail to consume it. In that forest dwelleth, with his followers and family, a Naga, called Takshaka, who is the friend of Indra. It is for him that the wielder of the thunderbolt protecteth this forest. Many other creatures also are thus protected here for the sake of Takshaka. Desiring to consume the forest, I succeed not in my attempts in consequence of Indra's prowess. Beholding me blazing forth, he always poureth upon me water from the clouds. Therefore, I succeed not in consuming the forest of Kandava, although I desire very much to do so. I have now come to you, you who are both skilled in weapons. If you help me, I will surely consume this forest. For even this is the food that is desired by me. As ye are conversant with excellent weapons, I pray you to prevent those showers from descending and any of the creatures from escaping, when I begin to consume this forest. Janamjaya said, why did the illustrious Agni desire to consume the forest of Kandava that was filled with various living creatures and protected by the chief of the celestials? When Agni consumed in wrath the forest of Kandava, it is evident there was a grave cause. I desire, O Brahmana, to hear all this in detail from thee. Tell me, O sage, how the Kandava forest was consumed in days of yore. Vaisampayana said, O chief of men, I will narrate to you the story of the conflagration of Kandava as told by Rishis in the Purana. It hath been heard, O king, in the Purana that there was a celebrated king of the name of Svetaki who was endued with strength and prowess and who was equal unto Indra himself. No one on earth has equalled him in sacrifices, charity, and intelligence. Svetaki performed the 5 great sacrifices and many others, at all of which the presents and the Brahmanas were large. The heart of that monarch, O king, was always set upon sacrifices, religious rites, and gifts of all kinds. And King Svetaki of great intelligence, assisted by his Ritwiks, performed sacrifices for many long years, till those sacrificial priests with eyes afflicted by the continued smoke and becoming very weak, left that monarch, wishing never more to assist at his sacrifices. The king, however, repeatedly asked those Ritwiks to come to him. but they came not to his sacrifice in consequence of the painful state of their eyes. The king, therefore, invited at the command of his own Ritwigs others like unto them, and completed the sacrifice that he had begun. After some days had elapsed, King Swetarki desired to perform another sacrifice which should extend for 100 years. But the illustrious monarch obtained not any priest to assist him in it. The celebrated king then, with his friends and relatives, casting off all sloth, repeatedly courted his priests with great persistence, by bowing down unto them, by conciliatory speeches, and by gifts of wealth. All of them, however, refused to accomplish the purpose which that king of immeasurable energy had in view. Then that royal sage, getting angry, addressed those Brahmanas sitting in their asylums, and said, "If, ye Brahmanas, I were a fallen person, or, if I were wanting in homage and service to you, I should then deserve to be abandoned without scruple by you and by other Brahmanas at the same time. But as I am neither degraded nor wanting in homage to you, it behoveth you not to obstruct the performance by me of my sacrifice, so to abandon me thus, ye foremost of Brahmanas, without adequate reason. I seek, ye Brahmanas, your protection. It behoveth you to be propitious unto me. But, ye foremost of Brahmanas, if you abandon me from enmity alone or any improper motive, I shall go unto other priests for their assistance in this sacrifice of mine, and conciliating them by sweet words and gifts, I shall represent unto them the business I have on hand, so that they may accomplish it." Having said this, the monarch became silent. And, O chastiser of foes, when those priests well knew that they could not assist at the king's sacrifice, they pretended to be angry, and addressing that best of monarchs said, "O best of kings, thy sacrifices are incessant. By assisting thee always, we have all been fatigued. And as we have been wearied in consequence of these labours, it behoveth thee to give us leave. O sinless one, from a loss of judgment thou canst not wait, but urgest us repeatedly. Go unto Rudra. He will assist at thy sacrifice." Hearing those words of censure and wrath, King Swetarki became angry, and the monarch, wending to the mountains of Kailasa, devoted himself to asceticism there. And, O king, the monarch began to worship Mahadeva with fixed attention, and by observing the most rigid vows, and foregoing all food at times, he passed a long period. The monarch ate only fruits and roots, sometimes at the 12th and sometimes at the 16th hour of the whole day. King Swetarki stood for 6 months, wrapped in attention, with arms upraised and steadfast eyes, like the trunk of a tree or a column rooted to the ground. And, O Bharata, Sankara at last gratified with that tiger among kings, who was undergoing such hard penances, showed himself unto him. And the god spake unto the monarch in a calm and grave voice, saying, "O tiger among kings, O chastiser of foes, I have been gratified with thee for thy asceticism. Blessed be thou. Ask now the boon that thou, O king, desirest." Hearing these words of Rudra of immeasurable energy, the royal sage bowed unto that deity and replied, saying, "O illustrious one, O thou that art worshipped by the 3 worlds, if thou hast been gratified with me, then, O God of gods, assist me thyself, O Lord of the celestials, in my sacrifice." Hearing these words spoken by the monarch, the illustrious god was gratified, and smilingly said, "We do not ourselves assist at sacrifices, but as thou, O king, hast undergone severe penances, desirous of obtaining a boon, I will, O chastiser of foes, assist at thy sacrifice, upon, O king, this condition." And Rudra continued, "If, O king of kings, thou canst, for 12 years, pour without intermission libations of clarified butter into the fire, thyself leading all the while the life of a Brahmakarin with rapt attention, then thou shalt obtain from me what thou askest." King Swetarki, thus addressed by Rudra, did all that he was directed to do by the wielder of the trident. And after 12 years had elapsed, he again came into Mahabharata. And Sankara, the creator of the worlds, upon seeing Swetarki, that excellent monarch, immediately said, in great gratification, I have been gratified by thee, O best of kings, with this thy own act. But, O chastiser of foes, the duty of assisting at sacrifices properly belongeth to Brahmanas. Therefore, O oppressor of foes, I will not myself assist at thy sacrifice today. There is on earth an exalted Brahmana who is even a portion of my own self. He is known by the name of Devasa. Even that Brahmana, endued with great energy, will assist you in thy sacrifice. Let, therefore, every preparation be made. Hearing these words uttered by Rudra, the king, returning to his own capital, began to collect all that was necessary. After everything had been collected, the monarch again presented himself before Rudra and said, Every necessary article hath been collected, and all my preparations are complete, through thy grace, O God of gods. Let me, therefore, be installed at the sacrifice tomorrow. Having heard these words of that illustrious king, Rudra summoned Devasa before him and said, This, O Devasa, is that best of monarchs called Swetarki. At my command, O best of Brahmanas, assist even this king in his sacrifice. And the Rishi Devasa said unto Rudra, So be it. Then the sacrifice for which King Swetarki had made those preparations took place, and the illustrious monarch's sacrifice was performed according to the ordinance and in proper season. And the gifts, on that occasion, unto the Brahmanas were large. And after that monarch's sacrifice had come to an end, all the other priests who had come to assist at it went away with Devasa's leave. All other Sardasyas also of immeasurable energy, who had been installed at that sacrifice, then went away. That exalted monarch then entered his own palace, worshipped by exalted Brahmanas conversant with the Vedas, eulogized by chanters of panegyrical hymns and congratulated by the citizens. Such was the history of that best of monarchs, the royal sage Swetarki, who, when the time came, ascended to heaven, having won great renown on earth, and accompanied by the Ritwiks and the Sardasyas that had helped him in life. Vaisampayana continued, at that sacrifice of Swetarki, Agni had drunk clarified butter for 12 years. Indeed, clarified butter had been poured into Agni's mouth in a continuous stream for that period. Having drunk so much butter, Agni, satiated, desired not to drink butter again from the hand of anybody else at any other sacrifice. Agni became pale, having lost his colour, and he could not shine as before. He felt a loss of appetite from surfeit, and his energy itself decreased and sickness afflicted him. Then when the drinker of sacrificial libations perceived that his energy was gradually diminishing, he went to the sacred abode of Brahman that is worshipped by all. Approaching the great deity seated on his seat, Agni said, O exalted one, Swetarki hath, by his sacrifice, gratified me to excess. Even now I am suffering from surfeit which I cannot dispel. O Lord of the universe, I am being reduced both in splendor and strength. I desire to regain, through thy grace, my own permanent nature. Hearing these words from Hutavaha, the illustrious creator of all things smilingly replied unto him, saying, O exalted one, thou hast eaten, for 12 years, a continuous stream of sacrificial butter poured into thy mouth. It is for this that illness hath seized thee. But, O Agni, grieve not for it. Thou shalt soon regain thy own nature. I shall dispel this surfeit of thine, and the time for it is even come. The dreadful forest Kandava, that abode of the enemies of the gods, which thou hadst of old once consumed to ashes at the request of the gods, hath now become the home of numerous creatures. When thou wilt have eaten the fat of those creatures, thou shalt regain thy own nature. proceed thither in haste to consume that forest with its living population. Thou wilt then be cured of thy malady. Hearing the words that fell from the lips of the supreme deity, Hutasana proceeded with great speed and soon reached the forest of Kandava in great vigor. Arrived there, he suddenly blazed forth in anger, assisted by Vayu. Beholding Kandava on fire, the dwellers in the forest that were there made great efforts to extinguish the conflagration. Elephants by hundreds of thousands, speeding in anger, brought water in their trunks and scattered it upon the fire. Thousands of many-hooded snakes, mad with anger, hastily began to scatter upon fire much water from those many hoods of theirs. And so, O bull of Bharata's race, the other creatures dwelling in that forest, by various appliances and efforts, soon extinguished the fire. In this way, Agni blazed forth in Kandava repeatedly, even for 7 times. And it was in this way that the blazing fire was extinguished there as often by the denizens of that forest. Section XV. Kandava Dehapava continued. Vaisampayana said, then Havyavahana, Agni, in anger and disappointment, with his ailment uncured, went back to the grandsire. And he represented unto Brahman all that had happened. The illustrious deity, reflecting for a moment, said unto him, O sinless one, I see a way by which thou mayest consume the forest of Kandava today in the very sight of Indra. Those old deities, Nara and Narayana, have become incarnate in the world of men to accomplish the business of the celestials. They are called on earth Arjuna and Vasudeva. They are even now staying in the forest of Kandava. Solicit them for aiding thee in consuming that forest. Thou shalt then consume the forest even if it be protected by the celestials. They will certainly prevent the population of Kandava from escaping, and thwart Indra also, in aiding anyone in the escape. I have no doubt of this. Hearing these words, Agni came in haste unto Krishna and Partha. O king, I have already told thee what he said, having approached the illustrious bear. O tiger among kings, hearing those words of Agni, who was desirous of consuming the forest of Kandava against the will of Indra, Vatsu said unto him these words well suited to the occasion, I have numberless excellent celestial weapons with which I can fight even many wielders of the thunderbolt. But, O exalted one, I have no bow suited to the strength of my arms, and capable of bearing the might I may put forth in battle. In consequence of the lightness of my hands, also I require arrows that must never be exhausted. My car also is scarcely able to bear load of arrows that I would desire to keep by me. I desire celestial steeds of pure white, possessing the speed of the wind, and a car possessing the splendor of the sun and the clatter of whose wheels should resemble the roar of the clouds. Then, there is no weapon suited to Krishna's energy and with which Madhava can slay Nagas and Pisachas. O exalted one, it behoveth thee to give us the means by which success may be achieved and by which we may thwart Indra in pouring his showers upon that extensive forest. O Pavaka, we are ready to do all that manliness and prowess can do. But, O exalted one, it behoveth thee to give us the adequate means. Section XVI. Kandava Dehapava continued. Vaisampayana said, thus addressed by Arjuna, the smoke-bannered Hutasana, desirous of an interview with Varuna, recollected that son of Aditi, that deity protecting one of the points of the heavens and having his home in the water and ruling that element. Varuna, knowing that he was thought of by Pavaka, immediately appeared before that deity. The smoke-bannered celestial welcoming with reverence the ruler of the waters, that fourth of the Lokapalas, said unto that eternal God of gods, give me without loss of time that bow and quiver, and that bannered car also, which were obtained from King Soma. Partha will achieve a great task with Gandhaiva, and Vasudeva also with the discus. Give both therefore, unto me today. Hearing these words, Varuna replied unto Pavaka, saying, Well, I am giving them. He then gave that wonderful jewel of a bow that was endued with great energy. That bow was the enhancer of fame and achievements, and was incapable of being injured by any weapon. It was the chief of all weapons, and the grinder of them all. And it was the smiter of hostile armies, and was alone equal to 100,000 bows. It was the multiplier of kingdoms, and was variegated with excellent colours. It was well adorned, and beautiful to behold, and without a mark of weakness or injury anywhere. And it was always worshipped both by the Celestials and the Gandharvas. Varuna also gave 2 inexhaustible quivers, and he also gave a car furnished with celestial weapons, and whose banner bore a large ape. Yoked unto that car were steeds white as silver of the fleecy clouds, and born in the region of the Gandharvas, and decked with golden harness, and resembling in fleetness the wind or the mind. And it was equipped with the implement of war, and was incapable of being vanquished by the Celestials or the Asuras. Its splendor was great, and the sounds of its wheels was tremendous. It delighted the heart of every creature that looked at it. It had been made by Vishwakarman, the architect of the universe and one of the lords of creation, after severe ascetic meditation. Its splendor, like that of the sun, was so great that no one could gaze at it. It was the very car from which the Lord Soma had vanquished the Danavas. Resplendent with beauty, it looked like an evening cloud reflecting the effulgence of the setting sun. It was furnished with an excellent flagstaff of golden colour and great beauty. And there sat upon that flagstaff a celestial ape of form fierce like that of a lion or a tiger. Stationed on high, the ape seemed bent upon burning everything it beheld. And upon their other flags were various creatures of large size, whose roars and yells caused the enemy's soldiers to faint. Then Arjuna, accoutred in mail and armed with a sword, and his fingers cased in leathern gloves, walking round that excellent car adorned with numerous flags and bowing unto the gods, ascended it like a virtuous man riding in the celestial car that bears him to heaven. And taking up that celestial and first of bows created by Brahman of old and called Gandharva, Arjuna was filled with joy. And bowing unto Hutasana, Partha, endued with great energy, shook up the bow and strung it forcibly. Those who heard the noise that was made by the mighty Pandava strung that bow, quaked with fear. And having obtained that car and that bow, and the 2 inexhaustible quivers, the son of Kunti became glad and thought himself competent to assist at the task. And Pavaka then gave unto Krishna a discus with an iron pole attached to a hole in the centre. And it was a fiery weapon and became his favourite. Having obtained that weapon, Krishna also became equal to the task. Pavaka then, addressing Krishna, said, With this, O slayer of Madhu, thou shalt be able without doubt to vanquish in battle even foes that are not human. With this weapon, without doubt, thou shalt be superior in battle to men and gods, and Rakshasas and Pisachas, and Daityas and Nagas. And thou shalt certainly be able with this to smite all. And, O Madhava, hurled by thee in battle at thy foes, this weapon will irresistibly slay the enemy and again come back into thy hands. Apostrophe. And the Lord Varuna, after this, gave unto Krishna a mace, of name Hormodaki, capable of slaying every Daitya and producing, when hurled, a roar like that of the thunder. Then Arjuna and Akayuta, filled with joy, said unto Pavaka, O exalted one, furnished with weapons and knowing their use, possessed of cars with flags and flagstaffs, we are now able to fight with even all the Celestials and the Asuras, together, let alone the wielder of the thunderbolt desirous of fighting for the sake of the Naga, his friend Takshaka. Arjuna also said, O Pavaka, while Vishikasa, endued with abundant energy, moves on the field of battle with this discus in hand, There is nothing in the three worlds that he will not be able to consume by hurling this weapon. Having obtained the bow Gandiva and this couple of inexhaustible quivers, I also am ready to conquer in battle the three worlds. Therefore, O Lord, blaze thou forth as thou likest, surrounding this large forest on every side. We are quite able to help thee. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed both by Dasaga and Arjuna. The illustrious god then put forth his most energetic form, and prepared to consume the forest. Surrounding it on all sides with his 7 flames, he began to consume the forest of Kandava, exhibiting his all-consuming form like that at the end of the Yuga cycle. And, O bull of Bharata's race, surrounding that forest and catching it from all sides with a roar like that of the clouds, Agni made every creature within it tremble. And, O Bharata, that burning forest then looked resplendent like the king of mountains, Meru, blazing with the rays of the sun fallen thereupon. Section XVI. Kandavadahapava continued. Vaisampayana said, then those foremost of car warriors, Krishna and Arjuna, riding in their cars and placing themselves on opposite sides of that forest, began a great slaughter, on all sides, of the creatures dwelling in Kandava. At whatever point any of the creatures residing in Kandava could be seen attempting to escape, thither rushed those mighty heroes, to prevent its flight. Indeed, those 2 excellent cars seemed to be but one, and the 2 warriors also therein but one individual. And while the forest was burning, hundreds and thousands of living creatures, uttering frightful yells, began to run about in all directions. Some had particular limbs burnt, some were scorched with excessive heat, and some came out, and some ran about from fear. And some clasping their children and some their parents and brothers, died calmly without, from excess of affection, being able to abandon these that were dear to them. And many there were who biting their nether lips rose upwards and soon fell whirling into the blazing element below. And some were seen to roll on the ground with wings, eyes, and feet scorched and burnt. These creatures were all seen to perish there almost soon enough. The tanks and ponds within that forest, heated by the fire around, began to boil. The fishes and the tortoises in them were all seen to perish. During that great slaughter of living creatures in that forest, the burning bodies of various animals looked as if fire itself had assumed many forms. The birds that took wings to escape from that conflagration were pierced by Arjuna with his shafts, and cut into pieces. They fell down into the burning element below. Pierced all over with Arjuna's shafts, the birds dropped down into the burning forest, uttering loud cries. The denizens of the forest, struck with those shafts, began to roar and yell. The clamour they raised was like unto the frightful uproar heard during the churning of the ocean, in days of yore. The mighty flames of the blazing fire reaching the firmament, caused great anxiety to the celestials themselves. Then all the illustrious dwellers in heaven went in a body unto him of 100 sacrifices and 1,000 eyes, viz., their chief, that grinder of Asuras. Approaching Indra, the celestial said, why, O Lord of immortals, doth Agni burn these creatures below? Hath the time come for the destruction of the world? Vaisampayana continued, hearing these words of the gods, and himself beholding what Agni was doing, the slayer of Vritra set out for the protection of the forest of Kandava. And Vasava, the chief of the celestials, soon covering the sky with masses of clouds of every kind, began to shower upon the burning forest. Those masses of clouds by hundreds and thousands, commanded by Indra, began to pour rain upon Kandava in showers thick as the flagstaffs of battle cars. But the showers were all dried up in the sky itself by the heat of the fire and could not, therefore, reach the fire at all. Then the slayer of Namachi, getting angry with Agni, collected huge masses of clouds and caused them to yield a heavy downpour. Then, with the flames contending with those heavy showers, and with masses of clouds overhead, that forest, filled with smoke and flashes of lightning, became terrible to behold. Section 6. Kandavadahapava continued. Vaisampayana said, then Vatsu, the son of Pandu, invoking his excellent weapons, prevented that shower of rain by Indra, by means of a shower of his own weapons. And Arjuna of immeasurable soul soon covered the forest of Kandava with innumerable arrows like the moon covering the atmosphere with a thick fog. When the sky above that forest was thus covered with the arrows of Arjuna, no living creature could then escape from below. And it so happened that while that forest was burning, Takshaka, the chief of the Nagas, was not there, having gone at that time to the field of Kurukshetra. But Iswarsana, the mighty son of Takshaka, was there. He made great efforts to escape from that fire, but confined by Arjuna's shafts he succeeded not in finding a way. It was then that his mother, the daughter of a snake, determined to save him by swallowing him first. His mother first swallowed his head and then was swallowing his tail. And desirous of saving her son, the sea snake rose up from the earth, while still employed in swallowing her son's tail. But Arjuna, as soon as he beheld her escaping, severed her head from her body by means of a sharp and keen-edged arrow. Indra saw all this, and desiring to save his friend's son, the wielder of the thunderbolt, by raising a violent wind, deprived Arjuna of consciousness. During those few moments, Iswarsana succeeded in effecting his escape. Beholding that manifestation of the power of illusion, and deceived by that snake, Arjuna was much enraged. He forthwith cut every animal seeking to escape by the skies into 2, 3, or more pieces. And Vatsu in anger, and Agni, and Vasudeva also, cursed the snake that had escaped so deceitfully, saying, "Never shalt thou be famous." And Jaisha, remembering the deception practiced upon him, became angry, and covering the firmament with a cloud of arrows, sought to fight with him of 1,000 eyes. The chief of the celestials also, seeing Arjuna in anger, sought to fight with him, and hurled his own fierce weapons, covering the wide expanse of the firmament. Then the winds, making a loud roar and agitating all the oceans, brought together masses of clouds in the sky, charged with torrents of rain. Those masses of clouds began to vomit thunder and terrible flashes of lightning charged with the thunderclap. Then Arjuna, possessing a knowledge of means, hurled the excellent weapon called Vivya with proper mantras to dispel those clouds. With that weapon the energy and force of Indra's thunderbolt and of those clouds were destroyed, and the torrents of rain with which those clouds were charged were all dried up, and the lightning that played amongst them was also destroyed. Within a moment the sky was cleared of dust and darkness, and a delicious, cool breeze began to blow, and the disk of the sun resumed its normal state. Then the eater of clarified butter, Agni, glad because none could baffle him, assumed various forms, and sprinkled over with the fat exuded by the bodies of creatures, blazed forth with all his flames, filling the universe with his roar. Then numerous birds of the Garuda tribe, bearing excellent feathers, beholding that the forest was protected by Krishna and Arjuna, descended filled with pride from the upper skies, desirous of striking those heroes with their thunder-like wings, beaks and claws. Innumerable Nagas also, with faces emitting fire descending from high, approached Arjuna, vomiting the most virulent poison all the while. Beholding them approach, Arjuna cut them into pieces by means of arrows steeped in the fire of his own wrath. Then those birds and snakes, deprived of life, fell into the burning element below. And there came also, desirous of battle, innumerable Asuras with Gandharvas and Yakshas and Rakshasas and Nagas, sending forth terrific yells, armed with machines vomiting from their throats, mouths, iron balls and bullets, and catapults for propelling huge stones, and rockets, They approached to strike Krishna and Partha. Their energy and strength increased by wrath. But though they rained a perfect shower of weapons, Vatsu, addressing them reproachfully, struck off their heads with his own sharp arrows. That slayer of foes, Krishna, also, endued with great energy, made a great slaughter of the Daitya and the Danava with his discus. Many asuras of immeasurable might, pierced with Krishna's arrows and smitten with the force of his discus, became motionless like waifs and strays stranded on the bank by the violence of the waves. Then Sakra, the lord of the celestials, riding on his white elephant, rushed at those heroes, and taking up his thunderbolt, which could never go in vain, hurled it with great force. And the slayer of Asuras said unto the gods, These two are slain. Beholding the fierce thunderbolt about to be hurled by their chief, the celestials all took up their respective weapons. Yama, O king, took up the death-dealing mace, and Kuvra his spiked club, and Varuna his noose and beautiful missile. And Skanda, Kartikya, shook up his long lance and stood motionless like the mountain of Meru. The Aswins stood there with resplendent plants in their hands. Datri stood, bow in hand, and Jaya with a thick club. Vashtri of great strength took up, in wrath, a huge mountain, and Surya stood with a bright dart, and Mrita with a battle-axe. Aryaman stalked about with a terrible bludgeon furnished with sharp spikes, and Mitra stood there with a discus sharp as a razor. And, O monarch, Pushor and Bhaga and Savitri, in wrath, rushed at Krishna and Partha with bows and scimitars in hand. And Rudras and the Vasas, the mighty Maruts and the Viswadevyas and the Sadayas, all resplendent with their own energy, these and many other celestials, armed with various weapons, rushed against those exalted of men, Krishna and Partha, for smiting them down. Then were seen in that great conflict wonderful portents all around, robbing every creature of his sense, and resembling those that appeared at the time of the universal dissolution. But Arjuna and Krishna, fearless and invincible in battle, beholding Sakra and the other celestials prepared for fight, calmly waited, bows in hands. Skilled in battle, those heroes in wrath assailed the advancing host of celestials with their own thunder-like arrows. The celestials, repeatedly routed by Krishna and Arjuna, at last left the field of battle for fear and sought the protection of Indra. The Munis who were witnessing the battle from the skies, beholding the celestials defeated by Madhava and Arjuna, were filled with wonder. Sakra, also repeatedly witnessing their prowess in battle, became exceedingly gratified, and once more rushed to the assault. The chastiser of Parka then caused a heavy shower of stones, desiring to ascertain the prowess of Arjuna, who was able to draw the bow even with his left hand. Arjuna, in great wrath, dispelled with his arrows that thick shower. Then he of 100 sacrifices, beholding that shower baffled, once more caused a thicker shower of stones. But the son of the chastiser of Parka, viz., Arjuna, gratified his father by baffling that shower also with his swift arrows. Then Sakra, desirous of smiting down the son of Pandu, tore up with his hands a large peak from Mandara, with tall trees on it, and hurled it against him. But Arjuna divided that mountain peak into 1,000 pieces by his swift-going and fire-mouthed arrows. The fragments of that mountain, in falling through the skies, looked as if the sun and the moon and the planets, displaced from their positions, fell down on earth. That huge peak fell down upon that forest, and by its fall killed numerous living creatures that dwelt in Kandava. Section CCXXX. Kandava Dehapava continued. Vaisampayana said, Then the inhabitants of the forest of Kandava, the Danavas and Rakshasas and Nagas and wolves and bears and other wild animals, and elephants with rent temples, and tigers, and lions with manes and deer and buffaloes by hundreds, and birds, and various other creatures, frightened at the falling stones and extremely anxious, began to fly in all directions. They saw the forest, burning all around, and Krishna and Arjuna also ready with their weapons. Frightened at the terrible sounds that were audible there, those creatures lost their power of movement. Beholding the forest burning in innumerable places, and Krishna also ready to smite them down with his weapons, they all set up a frightful roar. With that terrible clamour, as also with the roar of fire, the whole welkin resounded, as it were, with a voice of portentous clouds. Cassava of dark hue and mighty arms, in order to compass their destruction, hurled at them his large and fierce discus resplendent with its own energy. The forest dwellers, including the Danavas and the Rakshasas, afflicted by that weapon, were cut in hundreds of pieces and fell into the mouth of Agni. Mangled by Krishna's discus, the Asuras were besmeared with blood and fat and looked like evening clouds. And, O Bharata, he of the Vrishani race moved able like death itself, slaying Pisachas and birds and nagas and other creatures by thousands. The discus itself, repeatedly hurled from the hands of Krishna, that slayer of all foes, came back to his hands after slaughtering numberless creatures. The face and form of Krishna, that soul of every created thing, became fierce to behold while he was thus employed in the slaughter of the Pisachas, Nagas and Rakshasas. No one among the celestials who had mustered that could vanquish in battle Krishna and Arjuna. When the celestials saw that they could not protect that forest from the might of Krishna and Arjuna by extinguishing that conflagration, they retired from the scene. Then, O monarch, he of 100 sacrifices, Indra, beholding the immortals retreat, became filled with joy and applauded Krishna and Arjuna. And when the celestials gave up the fight, an incorporeal voice, deep and loud, addressing him of 100 sacrifices, said, Thy friend Takshaka, the chief of snakes, hath not been slain. Before the conflagration commenced in Kandava he had journeyed to Kurukshetra. Know from my words, O Vasava, that Vasudeva and Arjuna are incapable of being vanquished in battle by anyone. They are Nara and Narayana, those gods of old heard of in heaven. Thou knowest what their energy is and what their prowess. Invincible in battle, these best of old rishis are unconquerable by anyone in all the worlds. They deserve the most reverential worship of all the celestials and Asuras, of Yakshas and Rakshasas and Gandharvas, of human beings and Kinnaras and Nagas. Therefore, O Vasava, it behoveth thee to go hence with all the celestials. The destruction of Kandava hath been ordained by fate. Then the chief of the immortals, ascertaining those words to be true, abandoned his wrath and jealousy, and went back to heaven. The dwellers in heaven, O monarch, beholding the illustrious Indra band and the fight, followed him with all their soldiers. Then those heroes, Vasudeva and Arjuna, when they saw the chief of the celestials retreat accompanied by all the gods, set up a leonine roar. And, O monarch, Cassava and Arjuna, after Indra had left the scene, became exceedingly glad. Those heroes then fearlessly assisted at the conflagration of the forest. Arjuna scattered the celestials like the wind scattering the clouds, and slew with showers of his arrows numberless creatures that dwelt in Kandava. Cut off by Arjuna's arrows, no one amongst the innumerable creatures could escape from the burning forest. Far from fighting with him, none amongst even the strongest creatures mustered that could look at Arjuna, whose weapons were never futile. Sometimes piercing 100 creatures with one shaft, and sometimes a single creature with 100 shafts, Arjuna moved about in his car. The creatures themselves, deprived of life, began to fall into the mouth of Agni, god of fire, struck down as it were by death itself. On the banks of rivers or on uneven plains or on crematoriums, go where they did, the creatures, dwelling in Kandava, found no ease, for wherever they sought shelter they were afflicted by the heat. And hosts of creatures roared in pain, and elephants and deer and wolves set up cries of affliction. At that sound the fishes of the Ganges and the sea, and the various tribes of the Deodaras dwelling in that forest all became frightened. O thou with mighty arms, let alone battling with them, no one could even gaze at Arjuna and Janardana of dark hue. Hari slew with his discus those Rakshasas and Danavas and Nagas that rushed at him in bands. Of huge bodies, their heads and trunks were cut off by the swift motion of the discus, and deprived of life they fell down into the blazing fire. Gratified with large quantities of flesh, blood, and fat, the flames rose up to a great height without a curling wreath of smoke. Hutasana, fire god, with blazing and coppery eyes, and flaming tongue and large mouth, and the hair on the crown of his head all fiery, drinking, with the help of Krishna and Arjuna, that nectar-like stream of animal fat, became filled with joy. Gratified greatly, Agni derived much happiness. And it so happened that the slayer of Mad, who suddenly beheld an Asura of the name of Maya escaping from the abode of Takshaka, Agni having Vayu for his car driver, assuming a body with matted locks on head, and roaring like the clouds, pursues the Asura, desirous of consuming him. Beholding the Asura, Vasudeva stood with his weapon upraised, ready to smite him down. Seeing the discus uplifted and Agni pursuing from behind to burn him, Maya said, "Run to me, O Arjuna, and protect me." Hearing his affrighted voice, Arjuna said, "Fear not." That voice of Arjuna, O Bharata, seemed to give Maya his life. As the merciful son of Pritha said unto Maya that there was nothing to fear, he of the Dasaha race no longer desired to slay Maya, who was the brother of Namachi, and Agni also burnt him not. Vaisampayana continued, protected from Indra by Krishna and Partha, Agni gifted with great intelligence, burned that forest for 5 and 10 days. And while the forest burned, Agni spared only 6 of its dwellers, viz., Aswasana, Maya, and 4 birds called Sangakas. Section XXC. Kandavadahapava continued. Janamjaya said, O Brahmana, tell me why and when that forest burnt in that way, Agni consumed not the birds called Sangakas. Thou hast, O Brahmana, recited to us the cause of Aswasana and the Danavamaya not having been consumed. But thou hast not as yet said what the cause was of the escape of the Sangakas. The escape of those birds, O Brahmana, appeareth to me to be wonderful. Tell us why they were not destroyed in that dreadful conflagration. Vaisampayana said, O slayer of all foes, I shall tell thee all as to why Agni did not burn up those birds during the conflagration. There was, O king, a great rishi known by the name of Mandapala, conversant with all the Shastras, of rigid vows, devoted to asceticism, and the foremost of all virtuous persons, following in the wake of rishis that had drawn up their virile fluid. That ascetic, O monarch, with every sense under complete control, devoted himself to study and virtue. Having reached the opposite shores of asceticism, O Bharata, he left his human form and went to the region of the Pitris. But going thither he failed to obtain their expected fruit of his acts. He asked the celestials that sat around the king of the dead as to the cause of his treatment, saying, Why have these regions become unattainable by me, regions that I had thought had been acquired by me by my ascetic devotions? Have I not performed those acts whose fruits are these regions? Ye inhabitants of heaven, tell me why these regions are shut against me. I will do that which will give me the fruit of my ascetic penances. The celestials answered, Hear, O Brahmana, of those acts and things on account of which men are born debtors. Without doubt, it is for religious rites, studies according to the ordinance, and progeny, that men are born debtors. These debts are all discharged by sacrifices, asceticism, and offspring. Thou art an ascetic and hast also performed sacrifices, but thou hast no offspring. These regions are shut against thee only for want of children. Beget children, Therefore, thou shalt then enjoy multifarious regions of felicity. The Vedas declared that the son rescueth the father from a hell called Put. Then, O best of Brahmanas, strive to beget offspring. Vaisampayana continued. Mandapala, having heard these words of the dwellers in heaven, reflected how best he could obtain the largest number of offspring within the shortest period of time. The rishi, after reflection, understood that of all creatures birds alone were blessed with fecundity. Assuming the form of a Sangaka, the rishi had connection with a female bird of the same species called by the name of Jairita, and he begat upon her 4 sons who were all reciters of the Vedas. Leaving all those sons of his with their mother in that forest, while they were still within eggs, the ascetic went to another wife called by the name of Lapita. And, O Bharata, when the exalted sage went away for the company of Lapita, moved by affection for her offspring, Jairita became very thoughtful. Though forsaken by their father in the forest of Kandava, Jairita, anxious in her affection for them, could not forsake her offspring, those infant rishis encased in eggs. Moved by parental affection, she brought up these children born of her, herself following the pursuits proper to her own species. Some time after, the rishi, in wandering over that forest in the company of Lapita, saw Agni coming towards Kandava to burn it down. Then the Brahmana Mandapala, knowing the intention of Agni and remembering also that his children were all young, moved by fear, gratified the god of the burning element, that regent of the universe, endued with great energy. And he did this, desiring to put in a word for his unfledged offspring. Addressing Agni, the rishi said, Thou art, O Agni, the mouth of all the worlds. Thou art the carrier of the sacrificial butter. O purifier of all sins, thou movest invisible with the frame of every creature. The learned have spoken of thee as an one, and again as possessed of triple nature. The wise perform their sacrifices before thee, taking thee as consisting of 8 mouths. The great rishis declare that this universe hath been created by thee. O thou that feedest on sacrificial butter, without thee this whole universe would be destroyed in a single day. Bowing to thee, the Brahmanas, accompanied by their wives and children, go to eternal regions won by them by help of their own deeds. O Agni, the learned represent thee as the clouds in the heavens charged with lightning. O Agni, the flames put forth by thee consume every creature. O thou of great splendor, this universe hath been created by thee. The Vedas are thy word. All creatures, mobile and immobile, depend upon thee. Water primarily dependeth on thee, so also the whole of this universe. All offerings of clarified butter and oblations of food to the Pitrus have been established in thee. O God, thou art the consumer, and thou art the creator, and thou art Vrihaspati himself, in intelligence. Thou art the twin Aswins, thou art Surya, thou art Soma, thou art Vayu. Vaisampayana continued, O monarch, thus praised by Mandapala, Agni was gratified with that rishi of immeasurable energy, and the god, well pleased, replied, What good can I do to thee? Then Mandapala with joined palms said unto the carrier of clarified butter, While thou burnest the forest of Kandava, spare my children. The illustrious bearer of clarified butter replied, So be it. It was, therefore, O monarch, that he blazed not forth, while consuming the forest of Kandava, for the destruction of Mandapala's children. Section XXI. Kandava Dehapava continued. Vaisampayana said, When the fire blazed forth in the forest of Kandava, the infant birds became very much distressed and afflicted. Filled with anxiety, they saw not any means of escape. Their mother, the helpless Jairita, knowing that they were too young to escape, was filled with sorrow and wept aloud. And she said, Oh, the terrible conflagration! illuminating the whole universe and burning the forest down, approacheth towards us, increasing my woe. These infants with immature understanding, without feathers and feet, and the sole refuge of our deceased ancestors, afflict me. Oh, this fire approacheth, spreading fear all around, and licking with its tongue the tallest trees. But my unfledged children are incapable of effecting their escape. I myself am not capable of escaping, taking all these with me. Nor am I capable of abandoning them, for my heart is distressed on their account. Whom amongst my sons shall I leave behind, and whom shall I carry with me? What act should I do now that is consistent with duty? What also do you, my infant sons, think? I do not, even by reflection, see any way of escape for you. I shall even cover you with my wings and die with you. Your cruel father left me some time before, saying, upon this Jaredari, because he is the eldest of my sons, will my race depend. My second Sarisrika will beget progeny for the expansion of my ancestors' race. My third, Stamvamitra, will be devoted to asceticism, and my youngest, Drona, will become the foremost of those acquainted with the Vedas. But how hath this terrible calamity overtaken us? Whom shall I take with me? As I am deprived of judgment, what should I do that is consistent with duty? I do not see, by the exercise of my own judgment, the escape of my children from the fire. Vaisampayana said, unto their mother indulging in these lamentations, the infant ones said, O mother, relinquishing thy affection for us, go thou to a place where there is no fire. If we are killed here, thou mayest have other children born to thee. If thou, O mother, be killed, we can have no more children in our race. Reflecting upon both these calamities, the time hath come for thee, O mother, to do that which is beneficial to our race. Do not be influenced by affection for thy offspring, which promises to destroy both us and thee. If thou savest thyself, our father, who is even desirous of winning regions of felicity, may have his wishes gratified. Hearing what the infants said, Jairita replied, There is a hole here in the ground near to this tree, belonging to a mouse. Enter this hole without loss of time. You shall have then no fear of fire. After ye have entered it, I shall, ye children, cover its mouth with dust. This is the only means of escape that I see from the blazing fire. Then, when the fire will be put out, I shall return hither to remove the dust. Follow my advice if you are to escape from the conflagration. The infant birds replied, Without feathers we are but so many balls of flesh. If we enter the hole, certain it is that the carnivorous mouse will destroy us all. Beholding this danger before us, we cannot enter this hole. Alas, we do not see any means by which we may escape from the fire or from the mouse. We do not see how our father's act of procreation may be prevented from becoming futile, and how also a mother may be saved. If we enter the hole, the mouse will destroy us. We remain where we are and the sky-ranging fire will destroy us. Reflecting upon both the calamities, a death by fire is preferable to a death by being eaten up. If we are devoured by the mouse within the hole, that death is certainly ignoble, whereas the destruction of the body in fire is approved by the wise. Section XXI. Kandavadahapava continued. Vaisampayana said, hearing those words of her sons, Jairita continued, The little mouse that had come out of this hole was seized by a hawk with his claws and carried away hence. Therefore, ye may fearlessly enter this hole now. The young ones replied, We are not by any means certain of that mouse having been taken away by the hawk. There may be other mice living here. From them we have every fear, whereas it is doubtful whether fire will at all approach us here. Already we see an adverse wind blowing the flames away. If we enter the hole, death is certain at the hands of the dwellers in the hole. But if we remain where we are, death is uncertain. O mother, a position in which death is uncertain is better than that in which it is certain. It is thy duty, therefore, to escape thyself, for, if thou livest thou mayest obtain other children as good. Their mother then said, Ye children, I myself saw the mighty hawk, that best of birds, swoop down and fly away with the mouse from the hole. And while he was flying away swiftly, I followed him behind and pronounced blessing on him for his having taken away the mouse from the hole. I said unto him, O King of hawks, because thou art flying away with our enemy, the mouse, in thy claws, mayest thou, without a foe, live in heaven with a golden body. Afterwards, when that hawk devoured the mouse, I came away, obtaining his leave. Therefore, ye children, enter this hole trustfully. Ye have nothing to fear. The mouse that was its inmate was seized and taken away by the hawk in my sight. The young ones again said, O mother, we do not by any means know that the mouse hath been carried away by the hawk. We cannot enter this hole in the ground without being certain of the fact. Their mother said, I know to a certainty that the mouse hath been carried away by the hawk. Therefore, ye children, ye have nothing to fear, do what I say. The young ones again said, We do not, O mother, say that thou art dispelling our fears with a false story. For whatever is done by a person when his reason hath been disturbed can scarcely be said to be that person's deliberate act. Thou hast not been benefited by us, nor dost thou know who we are. Why dost thou, therefore, strive to protect us at so much cost to thyself? Who are we to thee? Thou art young and handsome, and capable of seeking out thy husband. Go unto thy husband. Thou shalt obtain good children again. Let us by entering the fire attain to regions of felicity. If, however, the fire consume us not, thou mayest come back and obtain us again. Vaisampayana said, the parent bird then, thus addressed by her sons, left them in Kandava and hastily went to the spot where there was no fire and there was safety. Then Agni in haste and with fierce flames approached the spot where the sons of Mandapala were. The young birds saw the blazing fire come towards them. Then Jairatari, the eldest of the four, in the hearing of Agni, began to speak. Section Ksif. Kandava Dahapava continued. Jairatari said, the person that is wise remaineth wakeful in view of death. Accordingly, when the hour of death approacheth, he feeleth no pangs. But the person of perplexed soul, who remaineth not awake, when the hour of death comes, feeleth the pangs of death and never attaineth salvation. The second brother Sarisrika said, Thou art patient and intelligent. The time is come when our lives are threatened. Without doubt, one only amongst many becometh wise and brave. The third brother, Stamvamatra, said, The eldest brother is called the protector. It is the eldest brother that rescueth the younger ones from danger. If the eldest himself faileth to rescue them, what can the younger ones do? The fourth and the youngest brother, Drona, said, The cruel god of the fire, with 7 tongues and 7 mouths, quickly cometh towards our habitation, blazing forth in splendor and licking up everything in his path. Vaisampayana continued, having addressed one another thus, the sons of Mandapala then each devotedly addressed an eulogistic hymn to Agni. Listen now, O monarch, to those hymns as I recite them. Jairatari said, Thou art, O fire, the soul of air. Thou art the body of the earth's vegetation. O Sukra, water is thy parent as thou art the parent of water. O thou of great energy, thy flames, like the rays of the sun, extend themselves above, below, behind, and on each side. Sarisrika said, O smoke-bannered god, our mother is not to be seen, and we know not our father. Our feathers have not grown as yet. We have none to protect us save thee. Therefore, O Agni, infants that we are, protect us. O Agni, as we are distressed, protect us with that auspicious form thou hast, and with those 7 flames of thine. We seek protection at thy hands. Thou alone, O Agni, art the giver of heat in the universe. O Lord, there is none else, save thee, that giveth heat to the rays of the sun. O, protect us who are young and who are rishis. O Havya Vaha, carrier of sacrificial butter, be pleased to go hence by some other route. Stamvamitra said, Thou alone, O Agni, art everything. This whole universe is established in thee. Thou sustainest every creature, and thou supportest the universe. Thou art the carrier of the sacrificial butter, and thou art the excellent sacrificial butter itself. The wise know thee to be one, as cause, and many, as effects. Having created the 3 worlds, thou, O Havya Vaha, again destroyest them when the time cometh, swelling thyself forth. Thou art the productive cause of the whole universe, and thou also art the essence in which the universe dissolveth itself. Drona said, O Lord of the universe, growing in strength and remaining within their bodies, thou causest the food that living creatures eat to be digested. Everything, therefore, is established in thee. O Sugra, O thou from whose mouth the Vedas have sprung, it is thou who assumest the form of the sun, and sucking up the waters of the earth and every liquid juice that the earth yields, givest them back in time in the form of rain, and causest everything to grow. From thee, O Sugra, are these plants and creepers with green foliage. From thee have sprung these tanks and pools, and the great ocean also that is ever blessed. O thou of fierce rays, this our human body dependeth on Varuna, the water god. We are unable to bear thy heat. Be thou, therefore, our auspicious protector. O, destroy us not. O thou of copper who dies, O thou of red neck, O thou whose path is marked by a black colour, save us by going along any remote route, as indeed the ocean saveth the house on its banks. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed by Drona, that utterer of Brahma, Agni, well pleased at what he heard, and remembering also the promise he had made to Mandapala, replied unto him, saying, Thou art a rishi, O Drona. For what thou hast said is Brahma, Vedic truth. I shall do your pleasure. Fear not. Indeed, Mandapala had spoken to me of you to the effect that I should spare his sons, while consuming the forest. The words he spoke and thy speech also are entitled to great weight to me. Say what I am to do. O best of Brahmanas, I have been greatly pleased with thy hymn. Blessed be thou, O Brahmana. Drona said, O Sugra, these cats trouble us every day. O Hutasana, consume them with their friends and relatives. Vaisampayana continued, then Agni did what the Sandpakas asked him to do, telling them of his intentions. And, O Janamjaya, growing in strength, he began then to consume the forest of Kandava. Section CCXXXV. Kandava Dehapava continued. Vaisampayana said, O thou of Kuru's race, the Rishi Mandapala became very anxious about his children, although he had spoken of them to the god of fierce rays. Indeed, his mind was not in peace. Distressed on account of his sons, he addressed Lapita, his second wife with whom he then was, saying, O Lapita, as my children are incapable of the power of moving, how are they? When the fire will grow in strength and the wind begin to blow violently, my children will scarcely be able to save themselves. How will their mother be able to rescue them? That innocent woman will be afflicted with great sorrow when she will find herself unable to save her offspring. Oh, how will she compose herself, uttering various lamentations on account of my children who are all incapable of taking wing or rising up into the air? Oh, how is Jairudhari, my son, and how is Sarisrika, and how is Stamvamitra, and how is Drona, and how also is their helpless mother. And to the Rishi Mandapala thus sweeping in the forest, Lapita, O Bharata, thus replied, under the influence of jealousy, thou need not worry for thy children who, as thou hast assured me, are all rishis endued with energy and prowess. They can have no fear from fire. Didst thou not speak to Agni in my presence, in their behalf? Has not the illustrious deity promised to save them? One of the regents of the universe as Agni is, he will never falsify his speech. Thou hast no anxiety, nor is thy heart inclined towards benefiting friends. It is only by thinking of her, my rival, Jairita, that thou art so distracted. Certain it is that the love thou bearest to me is not equal to what thou hadst for her at first. He that hath two parties dividing his attention can easily behold one of those suffer all sorts of pangs, but he should not disregard the party that is next to his heart. Then go thou to Jairita, for whom thy heart is sorrowing. As for myself, I shall henceforth wander alone, as a fit reward for my having attached myself to a wicked person. Hearing these words, Mandapala replied, I do not wander over the earth with such intentions as thou conceivest. It is only for the sake of progeny that I am here, and even those that I have are in danger. He who casteth off what he hath for the sake of what he may acquire is a wicked person, but the world disregardeth and insulteth him. Therefore, go I must. As for thyself, thou art free to do what thou choosest. This blazing fire that licketh up the trees causeth sorrow in my anxious heart and raiseth therein evil presentiments. Vaisampayana continued, meanwhile, after the fire had left the spot where the Sangakas dwelt, Jairita, much attached to her children, hastily came thither to see how they were. She found that all of them had escaped from the fire and were perfectly well. Beholding their mother, they began to weep, though safe and sound. She too shed tears upon beholding them alive. And she embraced, one by one, all her weeping children. Just at that time, O Bharata, the Rishi Mandapala arrived there. But none of his sons expressed joy upon beholding him. The Rishi, however, began to speak to them one after another and unto Jairita also, repeatedly. But neither his sons nor Jairita spoke anything well or ill unto him in return. Mandapala then said, Who amongst these is thy firstborn, and who the next after him? And who is the third, and who the youngest? I am speaking unto thee woefully, why dost thou not reply to me? I left thee, it is true, but I was not happy where I was. Jairita then said, What hast thou to do with the eldest of these, and what with him that is next? And what with the third, and what with the youngest? Go now unto that Lapita of sweet smiles and endued with youth, unto whom thou didst go of old, beholding me deficient in everything. Mandapala replied, As regards females, there is nothing so destructive of the happiness whether in this or the other world as a co-wife and a clandestine lover. There is nothing like these two that inflames the fire of hostility and causes such anxiety. Even the auspicious and well-behaved Arundhati, celebrated amongst all creatures, had been jealous of the illustrious Vasishta of great purity of mind and always devoted to the good of his wife. Arundhati insulted even the wise Muni amongst the celestial seven. In consequence of such insulting thoughts of hers, she has become a little star, like fire mixed with smoke, sometimes visible and sometimes invisible, like an omen portending no good, amongst a constellation of 7 bright stars representing the 7 rishis. I look to thee for the sake of children. I never wronged thee, like Vasishta who who wronged his wife. Thou hast, therefore, by thy jealousy behaved towards me like Arundhati of old towards Vasishta. Men should never trust women even if they be wives. Women, when they have become mothers, do not much mind serving their husbands. Vaisampayana continued, after this, all his children came forward to worship him. And he also began to speak kindly towards them all, giving them every assurance. Section XXV. Kandavadahapava continued. Vaisampayana said, Mandapala then addressed his children, saying, I had spoken unto Agni for the safety of you all. The illustrious deity had assured me that he would grant my wish. At those words of Agni, and knowing the virtuous disposition of your mother, as also the great energy that is in yourselves, I came not here earlier. Therefore, ye sons, do not harbour in your hearts any resentment towards me. Ye are all rishis acquainted with the Vedas. Even Agni knoweth thee well. Vaisampayana continued, having given such assurances unto his sons, the Brahmana Mandapala took with him his wife and sons, and leaving that region, went away to some other country. It was thus that the illustrious god of fierce rays, having grown in strength, consumed the forest of Kandava with the help of Krishna and Arjuna, for the good of the world. And Agni, having drunk several rivers of fat and marrow, became highly gratified, and showed himself to Arjuna. Then Purandara, surrounded by the Maruts, descended from the firmament and addressing Partha and Kusava said, Ye have achieved a feat that a celestial even could not. Ask ye each a boon that is not obtainable by any man. I have been gratified with you. Vaisampayana continued, then Partha asked from Indra all his weapons. At this sacra of great splendor, having fixed the time for giving them, said, When the illustrious Madhava becomes pleased with thee, then, O son of Pandu, I will give thee all my weapons. O prince of Kuru's race, I shall know when the time cometh. Even for thy austere asceticism I will give thee all my weapons of fire and all my Vaivya weapons, and thou also wilt accept them all of me. Then Vasudeva asked that his friendship with Arjuna might be eternal. The chief of the celestials granted unto the intelligent Krishna the boon he desired. And having granted these boons unto Krishna and Arjuna, the lord of the Maruts, accompanied by the celestials, ascended to heaven, having also spoken to Hutasana, one whose food is sacrificial butter. Agni also, having burnt that forest with its animals and birds for 5 and 10 days, became gratified and ceased to burn. Having eaten flesh in abundance and drunk fat and blood, he became highly gratified, and addressing Akyuta and Arjuna said, I have been gratified by you two tigers among men. At my command, ye heroes, ye shall be competent to go wheresoever ye choose. Thus addressed by the illustrious Agni, Arjuna and Vasudeva and the Danavamaya also, these three having wandered a little at last sat themselves down on the delightful banks of a river. End of Adipava. The Mahabharata. Of Krishna Dwapayana Vyasa. Book 2, Sabapava. Translated into English prose from the original Sanskrit text. By Kesari Mohan Gung Li. 1883 to 1896. Section I. Sabakrayapava. After having bowed down to Narayana, and Nara, the most exalted male being, and also to the goddess Saraswati, must the word Jaya be uttered. Vaisampayana said, then, in the presence of Vasudeva, Mayadanava, having worshipped Arjuna, repeatedly spoke unto him with joined hands and inamiable words, O son of Kunti, saved have I been by thee from this Krishna in spate and from Pavaka, fire, desirous of consuming me. Tell me what I have to do for thee. Arjuna said, O great Tajura, everything hath already been done by thee, even by this offer of thine. Blessed be thou. Go whithersoever thou likest. Be kind and well disposed towards me, as we are even kinder to and well pleased with thee. Maya said, O bull amongst men, what thou hast said is worthy of thee, O exalted one. But O Bharata, I desire to do something for thee cheerfully. I am a great artist of Viswakarma among the Danavas. O son of Pandu, being what I am, I desire to do something for thee. Arjuna said, O sinless one, thou regardest thyself as saved by me from imminent death. Even if it hath been so, I cannot make thee do anything for me. At the same time, O Danava, I do not wish to frustrate thy intentions. Do thou something for Krishna. That will be a sufficient requital for my services to thee. Vaisampayana said, Then, O bull of the Brata race, urged by Maya, Vasudeva reflected for a moment as to what he should ask Maya to accomplish. Krishna, the Lord of the universe and the creator of every object, having reflected in his mind, thus commanded Maya, let a palatial sabha, meeting hall, as thou choosest, be built by thee, if thou, O son of Dati, who art the foremost of all artists, desirest to do good to Yudhishthira the just. Indeed, build thou such a palace that persons belonging to the world of men may not be able to imitate it even after examining it with care, while seated within. And, O Maya, build thou a mansion in which we may behold a combination of godly, asuric and human designs. Vaisampayana continued, having heard those words, Maya became exceedingly glad. And he forthwith built a magnificent palace for the son of Bandu like unto the palace of the celestials themselves. Then Krishna and Partha, Arjuna, after having narrated everything unto King Yudhishthira the just, introduced Maya unto him. Yudhishthira received Maya with respect, offering him the honor he deserved. And, O Bharata, Maya accepted that honor, thinking highly of it. O monarch of the Brata race, that great son of Dati then recited unto the sons of Bandu the history of the Danava Vrishapava, and that foremost of artists then, having rested a while, set himself after much thoughtful planning to build a palace for the illustrious sons of Pandu. Agreeably to the wishes of both Krishna and the sons of Pritha, the illustrious Danava of great prowess, having performed on an auspicious day the initial propitiatory rites of foundation and having also gratified thousands of well-versed brahmanas with sweetened milk and rice and with rich presents of various kinds, measured out a plot of land 5,000 cubits square, which was delightful and exceedingly handsome to behold, and which was favourable for construction of a building well suited to the exigencies of every season. Section 2. Vaisampayana said, Janardana deserving the worship of all, having lived happily at Kandavaprastha for some time, and having been treated all the while with respectful love and affection by the sons of Pritha, became desirous one day of leaving Kandavaprastha to behold his father, that possessor of large eyes, and to whom was due the obeisance of the universe, then saluted both Yudhishthira and Pritha and made obeisance with his head and to the feet of Kunti, his father's sister. Thus revered by Kusava, Pritha smelt his head and embraced him. The illustrious Rishikasu approached his own sister Subhadra affectionately, with his eyes filled with tears, and spoke unto her words of excellent import and truth, terse, proper, unanswerable, and fraught with good. The sweet-speeched Subhadra also, saluting him in return and worshipping him repeatedly with bent head, told him all that she wished to be conveyed to her relatives on the paternal side. And bidding her farewell and uttering benedictions on his handsome sister, he of the Vrishani race, next saw Draupadi and Damu. That best of men duly made obeisance unto Damu, and consoling Draupadi obtained leave from her. Then the learned and mighty Krishna, accompanied by Partha, went to his cousins. And surrounded by the 5 brothers, Krishna shone like Sakra in the midst of the celestials. He whose banner bore the figure of Garuda, desirous of performing the rites preparatory to the commencement of a journey, purified himself by a bath and adorned his person with ornaments. The bull of the Adu race then worshipped the gods and brahmanas with floral wreaths, mantras, bows of the head, and excellent perfumes. Having finished all these rites, that foremost of steady and virtuous persons then thought of setting out. The chief of the Yadu race then came out of the inner to the outer apartment, and issuing thence he made unto Brahmanas, deserving of worship, offerings of vesselfuls of curd and fruits, and parched grain, and caused them to pronounce benedictions upon him. And making unto them presents also of wealth, he went round them. Then ascending his excellent car of gold endued with great speed and adorned with banner bearing the figure of Tarkaya, Garuda, and furnished also with mace, discus, sword, his bow shanga and other weapons, and yoking thereunto his horses Saviour and Sugriva, he of eyes like lotuses set out at an excellent moment of lunar day of auspicious stellar conjunction. And Yudhishthira, the king of the Kuras, from affection, ascended the chariot after Krishna, and causing that best charioteer Daruka to stand aside, himself took the reins. And Arjuna also, of long arms, riding on that car, walked round Krishna and fanned him with a white chamara furnished with a handle of gold. And the mighty Bhimasena, accompanied by the twin brothers Nakula and Sahadeva and the priests and citizens, all followed Krishna from behind. And Kusava, that slayer of hostile heroes, followed by all the brothers, shone like a preceptor followed by his favourite pupils. Then Govinda spoke unto Arjuna and clasped him firmly, and worshipping Yudhishthira and Bhima, embraced the twins. And embraced in return by the three elder Pandavas, he was reverentially saluted by the twins. After having gone about half a yojana, 2 miles, Krishna, that subjugator of hostile towns, respectfully addressed Yudhishthira and requested him, O Bharata, to stop following him further. And Govinda, conversant with every duty, then reverentially saluted Yudhishthira and took hold of his feet. But Yudhishthira soon raised Kusava and smelt his head. King Yudhishthira the Just, the son of Pandu, having raised Krishna endued with eyes like lotus petals and the foremost of the Yadav race, gave him leave, saying goodbye. Then the slayer of Madhu, making an appointment with them, about his return, in words that were proper, and preventing with difficulty the Pandavas from following him further on foot, gladly proceeded towards his own city, like Indra going towards Amravati. Out of the love and affection they bore him, the Pandavas gazed on Krishna as long as he was within sight, and their minds also followed him when he got out of sight. And Kusava of agreeable person soon disappeared from their sight, unsatiated through their minds were with looking at him. Those bulls among men, the sons of Pritha, with minds fixed on Govinda, desisted from following him further, and unwillingly returned to their own city in haste. And Krishna in his car soon reached Dwaraka, followed by that hero Satyaki. Then Suri, the son of Devaki, accompanied by his charioteer Daruka, reached Dwaraka with the speed of Garuda. Vaisampayana continued. Meanwhile King Yudhishthira of unfading glory, accompanied by his brothers and surrounded by friends, entered his excellent capital. And that tiger among men, dismissing all his relatives, brothers, and sons, sought to make himself happy in the company of Draupadi. And Kusava also, worshipped by the principal Yadavas including Ugrasena, entered with a happy heart his own excellent city. And worshipping his old father and his illustrious mother, and saluting his brother, Viladeva, he of eyes like lotus petals took his seat. Embracing Pradima, Shambhava, Nishatha, Charudishna, Gada, Aniruddha and Banu, and obtaining the leave of all the elderly men, Janardana entered the apartments of Rukmani. Section 3. Vaisampayana said, Then Mayadanava addressed Arjuna, that foremost of successful warriors, saying, I now go with thy leave, but shall come back soon. On the north of the Kailasa peak near the mountains of Menaka, while the Danavas were engaged in a sacrifice on the banks of Vindu Lake, I gathered a huge quantity of delightful and variegated vanda, a kind of rough materials, composed of jewels and gems. This was placed in the mansion of Vrishapava, ever devoted to truth. If it be yet existing, I shall come back, O Bharata, with it. I shall then commence the construction of the delightful palace of the Pandavas, which is to be adorned with every kind of gems and celebrated all over the world. There is also, I think, O thou of the Kuru race, a fierce club placed in the lake Vindu by the king of the Danavas, after slaughtering therewith all his foes in battle. Besides being heavy and strong and variegated with golden knobs, it is capable of bearing great weight, and of slaying all foes, and is equal in strength unto 100,000 clubs. It is a fit weapon for Bhima, even as the Gandiva is for thee. There is also, in that lake, a large conch shell called Divadatta of loud sound, that came from Varuna. I shall no doubt give all these to thee. Having spoken thus unto Partha, the Asura went away in a northeasterly direction. On the north of Kailasa, in the mountains of Menaka, there is a huge peak of gems and jewels called Puranyasringa. Near that peak is a delightful lake of the name of Vindu. There, on its banks, previously dwelt King Bhagirath for many years, desiring to behold the goddess Ganga, since called Bhagirathi after that king's name. And there, on its banks, O thou best of the Bharatas, Indra, the illustrious lord of every created thing, performed 100 great sacrifices. There, for the sake of beauty, though not according to the dictates of the ordinance, were placed sacrificial stakes made of gems and altars of gold. There, after performing those sacrifices, the 1,000-eyed lord of Sikhi became crowned with success. There the fierce Mahadeva, the eternal lord of every creature, has taken up his abode after having created all the worlds, and there he dwelleth, worshipped with reverence by thousands of spirits. The Nara and Narayana, Brahma and Yama and Stanu the fifth, performed their sacrifices at the expiration of 1,000 yugas. There, for the establishment of virtue and religion, Vasudeva, with pious devotion, performed his sacrifices extending for many, many long years. There were placed by Keshava thousands and tens of thousands of sacrificial stakes adorned with golden garlands and altars of great splendor. Going there, O Bharata, Maya brought back the club and the conch shell and the various crystalline articles that had belonged to King Vrishapava. And the great Asura, Maya, having gone thither, possessed himself of the whole of the great wealth which was guarded by Yakshas and Rakshasas. Bringing them, the Asura constructed therewith a peerless palace, which was of great beauty and of celestial make, composed entirely of gems and precious stones, and celebrated throughout the 3 worlds. He gave unto Bhimasena that best of clubs, and unto Arjuna the most excellent conch shell, at whose sound all creatures trembled in awe. And the palace that Maya built consisted of columns of gold, and occupied, O monarch, an area of 5,000 cubits. The palace, possessing an exceedingly beautiful form, like unto that of Agni or Surya or Soma, shone in great splendour, and by its brilliance seemed to darken even the bright rays of the sun. And with the effulgence it exhibited, which was a mixture of both celestial and terrestrial light, it looked as if it was on fire. Like unto a mass of new clouds conspicuous in the sky, the palace rose up, coming into view of all. Indeed, the palace that the dexterous Maya built was so wide, delightful, and refreshing, and composed of such excellent materials, and furnished with such golden walls and archways, and adorned with so many varied pictures, and was withal so rich and well built, that in beauty it far surpassed Sadama of the Dasaha race, or the mansion of Brahma himself. And 8,000 Rakshasas called Kinkaras, fierce, huge-bodied and endued with great strength, of red coppery eyes and arrowy ears, well armed and capable of ranging through the air, used to guard and protect that palace. Within that palace Maya placed a peerless tank, and in that tank were lotuses with leaves of dark-coloured gems and stalks of bright jewels, and other flowers also of golden leaves. And aquatic fowls of various species sported on its bosom. Itself variegated with full-blown lotuses and stocked with fishes and tortoises of golden hue. Its bottom was without mud and its water transparent. There was a flight of crystal stairs leading from the banks to the edge of the water. The gentle breezes that swept along its bosom softly shook the flowers that studded it. The banks of that tank were overlaid with slabs of costly marble set with pearls. And beholding that tank thus adorned all around with jewels and precious stones, many kings that came there mistook it for land and fell into it with eyes open. Many tall trees of various kinds were planted all around the palace. Of green foliage and cool shade, and ever blossoming, they were all very charming to behold. Artificial woods were laid around, always emitting a delicious fragrance. And there were many tanks also that were adorned with swans and karandavas and chakravakas, brahmini ducks, in the grounds lying about the mansion. And the breeze bearing the fragrance of lotuses growing in water and of those growing on land, ministered unto the pleasure and happiness of the Pandavas. And Maya, having constructed such a palatial hall within 14 months, reported its completion unto Yudhishthira. Section 4. Vaisampayana said, Then that chief of men, King Yudhishthira, entered that palatial sabha, having first fed 10,000 brahmanas with preparations of milk and rice mixed with clarified butter and honey, with fruits and roots, and with pork and venison. The king gratified those superior brahmanas, who had come from various countries with food seasoned with sesamum and prepared with vegetables called jibanti, with rice mixed with clarified butter, with different preparations of meat, with indeed various kinds of other food, as also numberless viands that are fit to be sucked, and innumerable kinds of drinks, with new and unused robes and clothes, and with excellent floral wreaths. The king also gave unto each of those brahmanas 1,000 kine. And, O Bharata, the voice of the gratified brahmanas uttering, What an auspicious day is this, became so loud that it seemed to reach heaven itself. And when the Kuru king entered the palatial sabha, having also worshipped the gods with various kinds of music and numerous species of excellent and costly perfumes, the athletes and mimes and prize fighters and bards and encomiasts began to gratify that illustrious son of Dharma by exhibiting their skill. And thus celebrating his entry into the palace, Yudhishthira with his brothers sported within that palace like Sakra himself in heaven. Upon the seats in that palace sat, along with the Pandavas, rishis and kings that came from various countries, viz., Asita and Devala, Satya, Sarpamli and Mahasira, Avavasu, Sumatra, Maitreya, Sunaka and Vali, Vaka, Dalvya, Stilazira, Krishnadwapayana, and Sukha Sumanta, Jaimini, Pala, and the disciples of Vyasa, viz., ourselves, Tatiri, Yajnavalkya, and Lomaharshana with his son, Apsahamu, Dharmya, Anumandavya, and Kausika, Damashnisha and Travali, Panada, and Varanuka, Maundyana, Vaibhaksha, Parasya, and Saraka, Valivaka, Silivaka, Satyabala, and Kritasarama, Jatyukana, and Sikavat, Alamva and Parajadaka, the exalted Parvata, and the great Muni Markandya, Pavatrapani, Savannah, Aluki, and Galava, Jangabantu, Baya, Kopaviga, and Bru, Harivabru, Kondainya, Vabrumali, and Sanatana, Kakshavat, and Ashia, Nekakata, and Oshia, Nekakata, and Kodama, Bana, Varaha, Sunaka, and Sandilya of great ascetic merit, Kakura, Venujanga, Kalapa and Katha. These virtuous and learned munis with senses and souls under complete control, and many others as numerous, all well skilled in the Vedas and Vedangas and conversant with rules of morality and pure and spotless in behavior, waited on the illustrious Yudhishthira, and gladdened him by their sacred discourses. And so also numerous principal Kshatriyas, such as the illustrious and virtuous Mujakitu, Vivardhana, Sangramjit, Dharmaka, the powerful Ugrasena, Kakshasana, the lord of the earth, Kshmaka the invincible, Kamathka, the king of Kamvoa, and the mighty Kampana, who alone made the Yavanas to ever tremble at his name, just as the god that wieldeth the thunderbolt maketh those Asuras, the Kalakas, tremble before him, Jatajura, and the king of the Madrakas, Kunti, Pulinda the king of the Kairatas, and the kings of Anga and Vanga, and Pandria, and the king of Udara, and Andaka, Sumatra, and Saviour that slayer of foes, Sumanas, the king of the Kairatas, and Chana the king of the Yavanas, Devarata, Boa, and the so-called Bimaritha, Srutayuda, the king of Kalinga, Jayasana the king of Magadha, and Sukaman, and Chekatana, and Puru that slayer of foes, Kechamata, Vasudana, and Veda and Kritakshana, Sadaman, and Nirada, Sarutayu endues with great strength, the invincible Anupara, the handsome Karmajit, Sisupala with his son, the king of Karashaw, and the invincible youths of the Vrishan race, all equal in beauty unto the celestials, viz., Ahuka, Viprithu, Sada, Sarana, Akrura, Kritavarman, and Satyaka, the son of Sini, and Bismarka, Ankrati, and the powerful Dumatsana, those chief of bowmen, viz., the Kakiyas and Yajnasna of the Somaka race. These Kshatriyas endured with great might, all well-armed and wealthy, and many others also regarded as the foremost, all waited upon Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, in that Sabha, desirous of ministering to his happiness. And those princes also, endued with great strength, who dressing themselves in deer skins learned the science of weapons under Arjuna, waited upon Yudhishthira. And O king, the princes also of the Vrishan race, viz., Pradama, the son of Rukmani, and Samva, and Ayudana the son of Satyaki, and Sadaman, and Aniruddha, and Saviour that foremost of men who had learnt the science of alms under Arjuna, these and many other kings, O Lord of the earth, used to wait on Yudhishthira on that occasion. And that friend of Dhananjaya, Tamveru, and the Gandhava Chittasana with his ministers, many other Gandhavas and Apsaras, well skilled in vocal and instrumental music and in cadence and kinnaras, also well versed in musical measures and motions, singing celestial tunes in proper and charming voices, waited upon and gladdened the sons of Panda and the Rishis who sat in that Sabha. And seated in that Sabha, those bull among men, of rigid vows and devoted to truth, all waited upon Yudhishthira like the celestials in heaven waiting upon Brahma. Section V. Lokaplasabakyana Pava. Vaisampayana said, while the illustrious Pandavas were seated in that Sabha along with the principal Gandhavas, there came, O Bharata, unto that assembly the celestial Rishi Narada, conversant with the Vedas and Upanishads, worshipped by the celestials, acquainted with histories and Puranas, well versed in all that occurred in ancient kalpas, cycles, conversant with Nyaya, logic, and the truth of moral science, possessing a complete knowledge of the 6 angas, viz., pronunciation, grammar, prosody, explanation of basic terms, description of religious rites, and astronomy. He was a perfect master in reconciling contradictory texts and differentiating in applying general principles to particular cases, as also in interpreting contraries by reference to differences in situation, eloquent, resolute, intelligent, possessed of powerful memory. He was acquainted with the science of morals and politics, learned, proficient in distinguishing inferior things from superior ones, skilled in drawing inference from evidence, competent to judge of the correctness or incorrectness of syllogistic statements consisting of 5 propositions. He was capable of answering successively Vrihaspati himself while arguing, with definite conclusions properly framed about religion, wealth, pleasure and salvation, of great soul, and beholding this whole universe, above, below, and around, as if it were present before his eyes. He was master of both the Sankhya and Yoga systems of philosophy, ever desirous of humbling the celestials and asuras by fomenting quarrels among them, conversant with the sciences of war and treaty, proficient in drawing conclusions by judging of things not within direct ken, as also in the 6 sciences of treaty, war, military campaigns, maintenance of posts against the enemy, and stratagems by ambuscades and reserves. He was a thorough master of every branch of learning, fond of war and music, incapable of being repulsed by any science or any course of action, and possessed of these and numberless other accomplishments. The Rishi, having wandered over the different worlds, came into that Sabha, and the celestial Rishi of immeasurable splendor, endued with great energy, was accompanied, O monarch, by Parijata and the intelligent Ray Ivata and Soumya and Samaka. Possessing the speed of the mind, the Rishi came thither and was filled with gladness upon beholding the Pandavas. The Brahmana, on arriving there, paid homage unto Yudhishthira by uttering blessings on him and wishing him victory. Beholding the learned Rishi arrive, the eldest of the Pandavas, conversant with all rules of duty, quickly stood up with his younger brothers. Bending low with humility, the monarch cheerfully saluted the Rishi, and gave with due ceremonies a befitting seat unto him. The king also gave him kine and the usual offerings of the Argyle, including honey and the other ingredients. Conversant with every duty, the monarch also worshipped the Rishi with gems and jewels with a whole heart. Receiving that worship from Yudhishthira in proper form, the Rishi became gratified. Thus worshipped by the Pandavas and the great Rishis, Narada, possessing a complete mastery over the Vedas, said unto Yudhishthira the following words bearing upon religion, wealth, pleasures and salvation. Narada said, Is the wealth thou art earning being spent on proper objects? Doth thy mind take pleasure in virtue? Art thou enjoying the pleasures of life? Doth not thy mind sink under their weight? O chief of men, continuest thou in the noble conduct consistent with religion and wealth practiced by thy ancestors towards the 3 classes of subjects, viz., good, indifferent, and bad? Never increased thou religion for the sake of wealth, or both religion and wealth for the sake of pleasure that easily seduces. O thou foremost of victorious men, ever devoted to the good of all, conversant as thou art with the timeliness of everything, followest thou religion, wealth, pleasure and salvation, dividing thy time judiciously? O sinless one, with the 6 attributes of kings, viz., cleverness of speech, readiness in providing means, intelligence in dealing with the foe, memory, and acquaintance with morals and politics, dost thou attend to the 7 means, viz., sowing dissensions, chastisement, conciliation, gifts, incantations, medicine and magic? Examinest thou also, after a survey of thy own strength and weakness, the 14 possessions of thy foes? These are the country, forts, cars, elephants, cavalry, foot soldiers, the principal officials of state, the zenana, food supply, computations of the army and income, the religious treatises in force, the accounts of state, the revenue, wine shops and other secret enemies. Attendest thou to the 8 occupations of agriculture, trade, and sea, having examined, O thou foremost of victorious monarchs, thy own and thy enemies' means, and having made peace with thy enemies? O bull of the Brata race, thy 7 principal officers of state, viz., the governor of the citadel, the commander of forces, the chief judge, the general in interior command, the chief priest, the chief physician, and the chief astrologer, have not, I hope, succumbed to the influence of thy foes, nor have they, I hope, become idle in consequence of the wealth they have earned. They are, I hope, all obedient to thee. Thy counsels, I hope, are never divulged by thy trusted spies in disguise, by thyself or by thy ministers. Thou ascertainest, I hope, what thy friends, foes and strangers are about. Makest thou peace and makest thou war at proper times? Observest thou neutrality towards strangers and persons that are neutral towards thee? And, O hero, hast thou made persons like thyself, persons that are old, continent in behavior, capable of understanding what should be done and what should not, pure as regards birth and blood, and devoted to thee, thy ministers? O Bharata, the victories of kings can be attributed to good counsels. O child, is thy kingdom protected by ministers learned in sastras, keeping their counsels close? Are thy foes unable to injure it? Thou hast not become the slave of sleep? Wakest thou at the proper time? Conversant with pursuits yielding profit, thinkest thou, during the small hours of night, as to what thou shouldst do and what thou shouldst not do the next day? Thou settlest nothing alone, nor takest counsels with many. The counsels thou hast resolved upon do not become known all over thy kingdom. Commencest thou soon to accomplish measures of great utility that are easy of accomplishment? Such measures are never obstructed. Keepest thou the agriculturists not out of thy sight? They do not fear to approach thee. Achievest thou thy measures through persons that are trusted, incorruptible, and possessed of practical experience? And, O brave king, I hope, people only know the measures already accomplished by thee and those that have been partially accomplished and are awaiting completion, but not those that are only in contemplation and uncommenced. Have experienced teachers capable of explaining the causes of things and learned in the science of morals and every branch of learning, been appointed to instruct the princes and the chiefs of the army? Buyest thou a single learned man by giving in exchange 1,000 ignorant individuals? The man that is learned conferreth the greatest benefit in seasons of distress. Are thy forts always filled with treasure, food, weapons, water, engines and instruments, as also with engineers and bowmen? Even a single minister that is intelligent, brave, with his passions under complete control, and possessed of wisdom and judgment, is capable of conferring the highest prosperity on a king or a king's son. I ask thee, therefore, whether there is even one such minister with thee? Seekest thou to know everything about the 18 tethers of the foe and 15 of thy own by means of 3 and 3 spies all unacquainted with one another? O slayer of all foes, watchest thou all thy enemies with care and attention, and unknown to them? Is the priest thou honourest, possessed of humility, and purity of blood, and renown, and without jealousy and illiberality? Hath any well-behaved, intelligent, and guileless Brahmana, well up in the ordinance, been employed by thee in the performance of thy daily rites before the sacred fire, and doth he remind thee in proper time as to when thy homage should be performed? Is the astrologer thou hast employed skilled in reading physiognomy, capable of interpreting omens, and competent to neutralize the effect of the disturbances of nature? Have respectable servants been employed by thee in offices that are respectable, indifferent ones in indifferent offices, and low ones in offices that are low? Hast thou appointed to high offices ministers that are guileless and of well conduct for generations and above the common run? Oppressest thou not thy people with cruel and severe punishment? And, O bull of the Bharata race, do thy ministers rule thy kingdom under thy orders? Do thy ministers ever slight thee like sacrificial priests slighting men that are fallen, and incapable of performing any more sacrifices, or like wives slighting husbands that are proud and incontinent in their behavior? Is the commander of thy forces possessed of sufficient confidence, brave, intelligent, patient, well-conducted, of good birth, devoted to thee, and competent? Treatest thou with consideration and regard the chief officers of thy army that are skilled in every kind of welfare, are forward, well behaved, and endued with prowess. Givest thou to thy troops their sanctioned rations and pay in the appointed time? Thou dost not oppress them by withholding these? Knowest thou that the misery caused by arrears of pay and irregularity in the distribution of rations driveth the troops to mutiny, and that is called by the learned to be one of the greatest of mischiefs? Are all the principal high-born men devoted to thee, and ready with cheerfulness to lay down their lives in battle for thy sake? I hope no single individual of passions uncontrolled is ever permitted by thee to rule as he likes a number of concerns at the same time appertaining to the army. Is any servant of thine, who hath accomplished well a particular business by the employment of special ability, disappointed in obtaining from thee a little more regard, and an increase of food and pay? I hope thou rewardest persons of learning and humility, and skill in every kind of knowledge with gifts of wealth and honour proportionate to their qualifications. Dost thou support, O bull in the brat race, the wives and children of men that have given their lives for thee and have been distressed on thy account? Cherishest thou, O son of Pritha, with paternal affection the foe that hath been weakened, or him also that hath sought thy shelter, having been vanquished in battle? O Lord of earth, art thou equal unto all men, and can every one approach thee without fear, as if thou wert their mother and father? And O bull of the brat race, marchest thou, without loss of time, and reflecting well upon three kinds of forces, against thy foe when thou hearest that he is in distress? O subjugator of all foes, beginnest thou thy march when the time cometh, having taken into consideration all the omens you might see, the resolutions thou hast made, and that the ultimate victory depends upon the 12 mandalas, such as reserves, ambuscades, and sea, and payment of pay to the troops in advance? And, O persecutor of all foes, givest thou gems and jewels unto the principal officers of enemy, as they deserve, without thy enemy's knowledge? O son of Pritha, seekest thou to conquer thy incensed foes that are slaves to their passions, having first conquered thy own soul and obtained the mastery over thy own senses? Before thou marchest out against thy foes, dost thou properly employ the 4 arts of reconciliation, gift of wealth, producing disunion, and application of force? O monarch, goest thou out against thy enemies, having first strengthened thy own kingdom? And having gone out against them, exertest thou to the utmost to obtain victory over them? And having conquered them, seekest thou to protect them with care? Are thy army consisting of 4 kinds of forces, viz., the regular troops, the allies, the mercenaries, and the irregulars, each furnished with the 8 ingredients, viz., cars, elephants, horses, officers, infantry, camp followers, spies possessing a thorough knowledge of the country, and ensigns led out against thy enemies after having been well trained by superior officers? O oppressor of all foes, O great king, I hope thou slayest thy foes without regarding their seasons of reaping and of famine. O king, I hope thy servants and agents in thy own kingdom and in the kingdoms of thy foes continue to look after their respective duties and to protect one another. O monarch, I hope trusted servants have been employed by thee to look after thy food, the robes thou wearest, and the perfumes thou usest. I hope, O king, thy treasury, barns, stables, arsenals, and women's apartments are all protected by servants devoted to thee and ever seeking thy welfare. I hope, O monarch, thou protectest first thyself from thy domestic and public servants, then from those servants of thy relatives and from one another. Do thy servants, O king, ever speak to thee in the forenoon regarding thy extravagant expenditure in respect of thy drinks, sports, and women? Is thy expenditure always covered by 1/4, 1/3, or 1/2 of thy income? Cherishest thou always, with food and wealth, relatives, superiors, merchants, the aged, and other protégés, and the distressed? to the accountants and clerks employed by thee in looking after thy income and expenditure, always appraise thee every day in the forenoon of thy income and expenditure. Dismissest thou without fault servants accomplished in business and popular and devoted to thy welfare? O Bharata, dost thou employ superior, indifferent, and low men, after examining them well in offices they deserve? O monarch, employest thou in thy business persons that are thievish or open to temptation, or hostile, or minors? Persecutest thou thy kingdom by the help of thievish or covetous men, or minors, or women? Are the agriculturists in thy kingdom contented? Are large tanks and lakes constructed all over thy kingdom at proper distances, without agriculture being in thy realm entirely dependent on the showers of heaven? Are the agriculturists in thy kingdom wanting in either seed or food? Grantest thou with kindness loans of seed grains, and to the tillers, taking only a fourth in excess of every measure by the hundred? O child, are there 4 professions of agriculture, trade, cattle rearing, and lending at interest, carried on by honest men? Upon these, O monarch, depends the happiness of thy people. O king, do the 5 brave and wise men, employed in the 5 offices of protecting the city, the citadel, the merchants, and the agriculturists, and punishing the criminals, always benefit thy kingdom by working in union with one another? For the protection of thy city, have the villages been made like towns, and the hamlets and outskirts of villages like villages? Are all these entirely under thy supervision and sway? Are thieves and robbers that sack thy town pursued by thy police over the even and uneven parts of thy kingdom? Consolest thou women, and are they protected in thy realm? I hope thou placest not any confidence in them, nor divulgest any secret before any of them. O monarch, having heard of any danger and having reflected on it also, list thou in the inner apartments enjoying every agreeable object? Having slept during the 2nd and the 3rd divisions of the night, thinkest thou of religion and profit in the 4th division wakefully? O son of Pandu, rising from bed at the proper time and dressing thyself well, showest thou thyself to thy people, accompanied by ministers conversant with the auspiciousness or otherwise of moments? O represser of all foes, do men dressed in red and armed with swords and adorned with ornaments stand by thy side to protect thy person? O monarch, behavest thou like the God of justice himself unto those that deserve punishment, and those that deserve worship, and to those that are dear to thee, and those that thou likest not? O son of Pritha, seekest thou to cure bodily diseases by medicines and fasts, and mental illness with the advice of the aged? I hope that the physicians engaged in looking after thy health are well conversant with the 8 kinds of treatment, and are all attached and devoted to thee. Happeneth it ever, O monarch, that from covetousness or folly or pride thou failest to decide between the plaintiff and the defendant who have come to thee? Deprivest thou, through covetousness or folly, of their pensions the protégés who have sought thy shelter from trustfulness or love? Do the people that inhabit thy realm, bought by thy foes, ever seek to raise disputes with thee, uniting themselves with one another? Are those amongst thy foes that are feeble always repressed by the help of troops that are strong, by the help of both councils and troops? Are all the principal chieftains of thy empire all devoted to thee? Are they ready to lay down their lives for thy sake, commanded by thee? Dost thou worship Brahmanas and wise men according to their merits in respect of various branches of learning? I tell thee, such worship is without doubt highly beneficial to thee. Hast thou faith in the religion based on the 3 Vedas and practiced by men who have gone before thee? Dost thou carefully follow the practices that were followed by them? Are accomplished Brahmanas entertained in thy house and in thy presence with nutritive and excellent food, and do they also obtain pecuniary gifts at the conclusion of those feasts? Dost thou, with passions under complete control and with singleness of mind, strive to perform the sacrifices called Vajapaya and Pandrika with their full complement of rites? Bowest thou unto thy relatives and superiors, the aged, the gods, the ascetics, the brahmanas, and the tall trees, banyan, in villages, that are of so much benefit to people? O sinless one, causest thou ever grief or anger in anyone? Do priests capable of granting thee auspicious fruits ever stand by thy side? O sinless one, are thy inclinations and practices such as I have described them, and as always enhance the duration of life and spread one's renown, and as always help the cause of religion, pleasure, and profit? He who conducteth himself according to this way, never findeth his kingdom distressed or afflicted, and that monarch, subjugating the whole earth, enjoyeth a high degree of felicity. O monarch, I hope, no well-behaved, pure-souled, and respected person is ever ruined and his life taken, on a false charge or theft, by thy ministers ignorant of sastras and acting from greed. And, O bull among men, I hope thy ministers never from covetousness set free a real thief, knowing him to be such and having apprehended him with a booty about him. O Bharata, I hope thy ministers are never won over by bribes, nor do they wrongly decide the disputes that arise between the rich and the poor. Dost thou keep thyself free from the 14 vices of kings, viz., atheism, untruthfulness, anger, incautiousness, procrastination, non-visit to the wise, idleness, restlessness of mind, taking counsels with only one man, consultation with persons unacquainted with the science of profit, abandonment of a settled plan, divulgence of counsels, non-accomplishment of beneficial projects, and undertaking everything without reflection? By these, O king, even monarchs firmly seated on their thrones are ruined. Hath thy study of the Vedas, thy wealth and knowledge of the sastras and marriage been fruitful? Vaisampayana continued, after the Rishi had finished, Yudhishthira asked, How, O Rishi, do the Vedas, wealth, wife, and knowledge of the sastras bear fruit? The Rishi answered, The Vedas are said to bear fruit when he that hath studied them performeth the Agnihitra and other sacrifices. Wealth is said to bear fruit when he that hath it enjoyeth it himself and giveth it away in charity. A wife is said to bear fruit when she is useful and when she beareth children. Knowledge of the sastras is said to bear fruit when it resulteth in humility and good behavior. Vaisampayana continued, the great ascetic Narada, having answered Yudhishthira thus, again asked that just ruler, do the officers of thy government, O king, that are paid from the taxes levied on the community, take only their just dues from the merchants that come to thy territories from distant lands impelled by the desire of gain? Are the merchants, O king, treated with consideration in thy capital and kingdom, capable of bringing their goods thither without being deceived by the false pretexts of both the buyers and the officers of government? Listenest thou always, O monarch, to the words, fraught with instructions in religion and wealth, of old men acquainted with economic doctrines? Are gifts of honey and clarified butter made to the brahmanas intended for the increase of agricultural produce, of kine, of fruits and flowers, and for the sake of virtue? Givest thou always, O king, regularly unto all the artisans and artists employed by thee the materials of their works and their wages for periods not more than 4 months? Examinest thou the works executed by those that are employed by thee, and applaudest thou them before good men, and rewardest thou them, having shown them proper respect? O bull of the Bharata race, followest thou the aphorisms of the sage, in respect of every concern, particularly those relating to elephants, horses, and cars? O bull of the Bharata race, are the aphorisms relating to the science of arms, as also those that relate to the practice of engines in warfare, so useful to towns and fortified places, studied in thy court? O sinless one, Art thou acquainted with all mysterious incantations, and with the secrets of poisons destructive of all foes? Protectest thou thy kingdom from the fear of fire, of snakes and other animals destructive of life, of disease, and rakshasas? As acquainted thou art with every duty, cherishest thou like a father the blind, the dumb, the lame, the deformed, the friendless, and ascetics that have no homes. Hast thou banished these 6 evils, O monarch, viz., sleep, idleness, fear, anger, weakness of mind, and procrastination? Vaisampayana continued, the illustrious bull among the Kuras, having heard these words of that best of Brahmanas, bowed down unto him and worshipped his feet. And gratified with everything he heard, the monarch said unto Narada of celestial form, I shall do all that thou hast directed, for my knowledge hath expanded under thy advice. Having said this, the king acted conformably to that advice, and gained in time the whole earth bounded by her belt of seas. Narada again spoke, saying, that king who is thus employed in the protection of 4 orders, Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Sudras, passeth his days here happily and attaineth hereafter to the region of Sakra, heaven. Section Vi. Vaisampayana said, at the conclusion of Narada words, King Yudhishthira the just worshipped him duly, and commanded by him the monarch began to reply succinctly to the questions the rishi had asked. Yudhishthira said, O Holy One, the truths of religion and morality thou hast indicated one after another, are just and proper. As regards myself, I duly observe those ordinances to the best of my power. Indeed, the acts that were properly performed by monarchs of yore are, without doubt, to be regarded as bearing proper fruit, and undertaken from solid reasons for the attainment of proper objects. O Master, we desire to walk in the virtuous path of those rulers that had, besides, their souls under complete control. Vaisampayana continued, Yudhishthira, the son of Pandu, possessed of great glory, having received with reverence the words of Narada and having also answered the rishi thus, reflected for a moment, and perceiving a proper opportunity, the monarch, seated beside the rishi, asked Narada, sitting at his ease and capable of going into every world at will, in the presence of that assembly of kings, saying, possessed of the speed of mind, thou wanderest over various and many worlds created in days of yore by Brahma, beholding everything. Tell me, I ask thee, if thou hast, O Brahmana, ever beheld before anywhere an assembly room like this of mine or superior to it? Hearing these words of Yudhishthira the just, Narada smilingly answered the son of Bandu in these sweet accents. Narada said, O child, O king, I did neither see nor hear of ever before amongst men any assembly room built of gems and precious stones like this of thine, O Bharata. I shall, however, describe unto thee the rooms of the king of the departed, Yama, of Varuna, Neptune, of great intelligence, of Indra, the king of gods, and also of him who hath his home in Kailasha, Kuvara. I shall also describe unto thee the celestial sabha of Brahma that dispelleth every kind of uneasiness. All these assembly rooms exhibit in their structure both celestial and human designs and present every kind of form that exists in the universe. And they are ever worshipped by the gods and the Pitras, the Sadhyas, and the deities called Gana, by ascetics offering sacrifices, with souls under complete command, by peaceful munis engaged without intermission in Vedic sacrifices with presents to Brahmanas. I shall describe all these to you if, O bull of the Bharata race, thou hast any inclinations to listen to me. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed by Narada, the high-souled king Yudhishthira the just, with his brothers and all those foremost of Brahmanas, seated around him, joined his hands, in entreaty. And the monarch then asked Narada, saying, describe unto us all those assembly rooms, we desire to listen to thee. O Brahmana, what are the articles with which each of the sabhas are made of? What is the area of each, and what is the length and breadth of each? Who wait upon the grandsire in that assembly room? And who also upon Vasava, the lord of the celestials, and upon Yama, the son of Vivaswana? Who wait upon Varuna and upon Kuvara in their respective assembly rooms? O Brahmana Rishi, tell us all about these. We altogether desire to hear thee describe them. Indeed, our curiosity is great. Thus addressed by the son of Pandu, Narada replied, saying, O monarch, hear ye all about those celestial assembly rooms one after another. Section 7. Narada said, the celestial assembly room of Sakra is full of lustre. He hath obtained it as the fruit of his own acts. Possessed of the splendor of the sun, it was built, O scion of the Kuru race, by Sakra himself. Capable of going everywhere at will, this celestial assembly house is full 150 yojanas in length, and 100 yojanas in breadth, and 5 yojanas in height. Dispelling weakness of age, grief, fatigue, and fear, auspicious and bestowing good fortune, furnished with rooms and seats and adorned with celestial trees, it is delightful in the extreme. There sitteth in that assembly room, O son of Pritha, on an excellent seat, the Lord of Celestials, with his wife Sakhi endowed with beauty and affluence, assuming a form incapable of description for its vagueness, with a crown on his head and bright bracelets on the upper arms, attired in robes of pure white and decked with floral wreaths of many hues, there he sitteth with beauty, fame, and glory by his side. And the illustrious deity of 100 sacrifices is daily waited upon. O monarch, in that assembly by the Marutas in a body, each leading the life of a householder in the bosom of his family. And the Siddhas, celestial rishis, the Saddhas in all, the gods, and Marutas of brilliant complexion and adorned with golden garlands, all of them in celestial form and decked in ornaments, always wait upon and worship the illustrious chief of the immortals, that mighty represser of all foes. And O son of Pritha, the celestial rishis also, all of pure souls, with sins completely washed off and resplendent as the fire, and possessed of energy, and without sorrow of any kind, and freed from the fever of anxiety, and all performers of the Soma sacrifice, also wait upon and worship Indra, and Parasara and Parvata and Savani and Galava, and Sankha, and the Muni, Gosiras, and Devasa, and Krodana and Swina and the Muni Digadamas, and Pavitrapani, Savani, Yajnavalkya and Baluki, and Udilaka, Swetakitu, and Dandya, and also Bandayani, and Havishmat, and Gairishta, and King Harishchandra, and Hridaya, Udashhandilya, Parasya, Krishivala, Bhataskanda, Visaka, Bhattas and Kala, Karala Danta, Tastari, and Vishwakarman, and Tumuru, and other rishis, some born of women and others living upon air, and others again living upon fire, these all worship Indra, the wielder of the thunderbolt, the lord of all the worlds, and Sahadeva, and Sunitha, and Valmiki of great ascetic merit, and Samaka of truthful speech, and Prishitas ever fulfilling their promises, and Medatathi, and Vamadeva, and Pulastya, Pulaha and Gratu, and Maruta and Marichi, and Stanu of great ascetic merit, and Kakshavat, and Kodama, and Tarkaya, and also the Munivshwanara, and the Munikalak of Rukiya and Isravya, and also Haranmaya, and Samvata, and Dehavya, and Viswaksan of great energy, and Kanwa, and Katyana, O king, and Gajya, and Kaushika all are present there along with the celestial waters and plants, and faith, and intelligence, and the goddess of learning, and wealth, religion, and pleasure, and lightning. O son of Pandu, and the rain-charged clouds, and the winds, and all the louder-sounding forces of heaven, the eastern point, the 27 fires conveying the sacrificial butter, Agni and Soma, and the fire of Indra, and Mitra, and Savitri, and Aryaman, Bhaga, Viswa the Sadhyas, the preceptor, Vrihaspati, and also Sukra, and Vishwavasu and Chitrasana, and Sumanas, and also Dharana, the sacrifices, the gifts to Brahmanas, the planets, and the stars, O Bharata, and the mantras that are uttered in sacrifices, all these are present there. And, O King, many Apsaras and Gandharvas, by various kinds of dances and music both instrumental and vocal, and by the practice of auspicious rites, and by the exhibition of many feats of skill, gratify the Lord of the Celestials, Satyagratu, the illustrious slayer of valor and Vritara. Besides these, many other Brahmanas and royal and celestial rishis, all resplendent as the fire, decked in floral wreaths and ornaments, frequently come to and leave that assembly, riding on celestial cars of various kinds. And Vrihaspati and Sukra are present there on all occasions. These and many other illustrious ascetics of rigid vows, and Bhrigu and the 7 rishis who are equal, O King, unto Brahma himself, come to and leave that assembly house, riding on cars beautiful as the car of Soma, and themselves looking as bright therein as Soma himself. This, O mighty armed monarch, is the assembly house, called Pushkarama Lini, of Indra, of 100 sacrifices that I have seen. Listen now to the account of Yama's assembly house. Section 8. Narada said, O Yudhisthira, I shall now describe the assembly house of Yama, the son of Vivaswat, which, O son of Pritha, was built by Viswakarma. Listen now to me. Bright as burnished gold, that assembly house, O monarch, covers an area of much more than 100 yojanas. Possessed of the splendor of the sun, it yieldeth everything that one may desire. Neither very cool nor very hot, it delighteth the heart. In that assembly house there is neither grief nor weakness of age, neither hunger nor thirst. Nothing disagreeable findeth a place there, nor any kind of evil feelings there. Every object of desire, celestial or human, is to be found in that mansion, and all kinds of enjoyable articles, as also of sweet, juicy, agreeable, and delicious edibles in profusion that are licked, sucked, and drunk, are there, O chastiser of all enemies. The floral wreaths in that mansion are of the most delicious fragrance, and the trees that stand around it yield fruits that are desired of them. There are both cold and hot waters, and these are sweet and agreeable. In that mansion many royal sages of great sanctity and Brahmana sages also of great purity cheerfully wait upon, O child, and worship Yama, the son of Vivaswat. And Yayati, Nuasha, Puru, Mandatri, Somaka, Nriga, the royal sage Drasadasu, Kritavarya, Sotasravas, Arishdhanmai, Siddha, Kritaviga, Kriti, Nimai, Pratardana, Savi, Matsya, Prithhilaksha, Vrihadratha, Bharta, Maratha, Kusika, Sankasya, Sankriti, Dhruva, Chacharaswa, Sardoswarmi and King Kartavarya, Irata and Zuritha, Sunitha, Nisita, Nala, Divodasa, and Sumanas, Amvirisha, Bagrita, Vyaswa, Vadraswa, Prithuvga, Prithusravas, Prashadaswa, Vasumanas, Kshupa, and Sumahavala, Vrishag, and Vrishasana, Purakatsa, Wajan and Ravin, Ashtisna, Wilipa, and the high Sujushanara, Osnari, Pandrika, Saryati, Sariva, and Sachi, Anga, Rishta, Vena, Dushmanta, Saranjaya and Jaya, Banajuri, Sunitha, and Nishada, and Bahinara, Karandama, Valika, Satima, and the mighty Madhu, Ala and the mighty king of earth Maruta, Kapita, Drineka, and Shadiva, and Arjun also. Visawa, Saswa and Krishaswa, and King Sasavindu, Rama the son of Dasaratha, and Lakshmana, and Pratardana, Alaka, and Kakshasana, Gaya, and Goraswa, Rama the son of Jamadanya, Nabhaga, and Sagara, Buridima and Mahaswa, Prithaswa, and also Janaka, King Vanya, Vrisna, Berujat, and Janimjaya, Brahmadatta, and Trigata, and King Aparichara also, Indradama, Bhimajanu, Goraprishta, Nala, Gaya, Padma and Mikakunda, Buridima, Prisnajit, Aristanmai, Satima, Prithiloswa, and Ashtaka also, 100 kings of the Matsya race, 100 of the Vipa, and 100 of the higher races, 100 kings of the name of Dhritarashtra, 80 kings of the name of Janimjaya, 100 monarchs called Brahmadatta, and 100 kings of the name of Ira, more than 200 Bhishmas, and also 100 Bhimas, 100 Prativandayas, 100 Nagas, and 100 palaces, and 100 called Kasa and Kusa, that king of kings Santanu, and thy further Pandu, Usangava, Sataratha, Devara, Jayadratha, the intelligent royal sage Vrishadava with his ministers, and 1,000 other kings known by the name of Sasavindu, and who have died, having performed many grand horse sacrifices with large presents to the Brahmanas. These holy royal sages of grand achievements and great knowledge of the Sastras, wait upon, O king, and worship the son of Vivaswat in that assembly house. And Agastya and Matamga, and Kala, and Mritu, death, performers of sacrifices, the Siddhas, and many Yojans, the Ptras, belonging to the classes, called Agniswatas, Fenapa, Ushampa, Swadavat, and Vihishada, as also those others that have forms, the wheel of time, and the illustrious conveyor himself of the sacrificial butter, all sinners among human beings, as also those that have died during the winter solstice, these officers of Yama who have been appointed to count the allotted days of everybody and everything, the Singsapa, Palasa, Kasa, and Kusa trees and plants, in their embodied forms, these all, O king, wait upon and worship the God of justice in that assembly house of his. These and many others are present at the sabha of the king of the Pitras, Manes. So numerous are they that I am incapable of describing them either by mentioning their names or deeds. O son of Pritha, the delightful assembly house, moving everywhere at the will of its owner, is of wide extent. It was built by Viswakarma after a long course of ascetic penances. And, O Bharata, resplendent with his own effulgence, it stands glorified in all its beauty, sannyasis of severe ascetic penance, of excellent vows, and of truthful speech, peaceful and pure and sanctified by holy deeds, of shining bodies and attired in spotless robes, decked with bracelets and floral garlands, with earrings of burnished gold, and adorned with their own holy acts as with the marks of their order, painted over their bodies, constantly visit that sabha, assembly. Many illustrious Gandharvas, and many Apsaras fill every part of that mansion with music, both instrumental and vocal, and with sounds of laughter and dance. And, O son of Pritha, excellent perfumes, and sweet sounds and garlands of celestial flowers always contribute towards making that mansion supremely blessed. And hundreds of thousands of virtuous persons, of celestial beauty and great wisdom, always wait upon and worship the illustrious Yama, the Lord of created beings, in that assembly house. Such, O monarch, is the sabha of the illustrious king of the Pitras. I shall now describe unto the assembly house of Varuna, also called Pushkaranmalini. Section 9. Narada said, O Yudhishthira, the celestial sabha of Varuna is unparalleled in splendor. In dimensions it is similar to that of the Yama. Its walls and arches are all of pure white. It hath been built by Viswakarma, the celestial architect, within the waters. It is surrounded on all sides by many celestial trees made of gems and jewels and yielding excellent fruits and flowers, and many plants with their weight of blossoms, blue and yellow, and black and darkish, and white and red, that stand there, or excellent bowers around. Within those bowers hundreds and thousands of birds of diverse species, beautiful and variegated, always pour forth their melodies. The atmosphere of that mansion is extremely delightful, neither cold nor hot. Owned by Varuna, that delightful assembly house of pure white consists of many rooms and is furnished with many seats. There sitteth Varuna attired in celestial robe, decked in celestial ornaments and jewels, with his queen, adorned with celestial scents and besmeared with paste of celestial fragrance. The Adityas wait upon and worship the illustrious Varuna, the lord of the waters, and Vasuki and Takshaka, and the Naga called Ravana, Krishna and Lohita, Padma and Chitra endued with great energy, the Nagas called Kamvala and Aswatara, and Dhritarashtra and Valahaka, Matimat and Kandadara and Karkataka and Dhananjaya, Banimat and the mighty Kandaka, O Lord of the earth, and Prahlada and Mashikada, and Janamjaya, all having auspicious marks and mandalas and extended hoods, these and many other snakes. O Yudhishthira, without anxiety of any kind, wait upon and worship the illustrious Varuna. And, O King, Bali the son of Virachana, and Naraka the subjugator of the whole earth, Sangraha and Viprashati, and those Danavas called Kalakanja, and Sahanu and Dharmaka and Sanka and Suminas and also Sumati, and Pratodara, and Mahapaswa, and Karthana and also Pithara and Viswarupa, Swarupa and Virupa, Ahasiras, and Dasagriva, Vali, and Megavasas and Dasavara, Tataiva, and Vitabhuta, and Sangrada, and Indratapana, these Daityas and Danavas, all bedecked with earrings and floral wreaths and crowns, and attired in the celestial robes, all blessed with boons and possessed of great bravery, and enjoying immortality, and all well of conduct and of excellent vows, wait upon and worship in that mansion the illustrious Varuna, the deity bearing the noose as his weapon. And, O King, there are also the four oceans, the river Bhagirathi, the Kalindi, the Vidisa, the Venwa, the Narmada of rapid current, the Vipasa, the Saitadu, the Chandrabhaga, the Saraswati, the Aravati, the Vitasta, the Sindhu, the Devanadi, the Godavari, the Krishnavanwa, and that queen of rivers, the Kavari, the Kimpuna, the Visalia, and the river Vaitarani, also, the Tritiya, the Jeshthla, and the great Son, the Chamanwati, and the great river Parnasa, the Sarayu, the Varavajya, and that queen of rivers, the Langali, the Karatoya, the Atri, the red Mahanada, the Lahanti, the Gumati, the Sandaya, and also the Trisarotasi, these and other rivers which are all sacred and are world-renowned places of pilgrimage, as also other rivers and sacred waters and lakes and wells and springs, and tanks, large or small, in their personified form, O Bharata, wait upon and worship the Lord Varuna. The points of the heavens, the earth, and all the mountains, as also every species of aquatic animals, all worship Varuna there. And various tribes of Gandharvas and Apsaras, devoted to music, both vocal and instrumental, wait upon Varuna, singing eulogistic hymns unto him. And all those mountains that are noted for being both delightful and rich in jewels, wait, in their personified forms, in that Sabha, enjoying sweet converse with one another. And the chief minister of Varuna, Sunaba by name, surrounded by his sons and grandsons, also attend upon his master, along with the personified form of a sacred water called Go. These all, in their personified forms, worship the deity. O bull of the Brata race, such is the assembly room of Varuna seen by me before, in the course of my wanderings. Listen now to the account I give of the assembly room of Kuvara. Section X. Narada said, possessed of great splendor, the assembly house of Vaisravana, O king, is 100 yojanas in length and 70 yojanas in breadth. It was built, O king, by Vaisravana himself using his ascetic power. possessing the splendor of the peaks of Kailasa. That mansion eclipses by its own the brilliance of the moon himself. Supported by Gaikas, that mansion seems to be attached to the firmament. Of celestial make, it is rendered extremely handsome with high chambers of gold. Extremely delightful and rendered fragrant with celestial perfumes, it is variegated with numberless costly jewels. Resembling the peaks of a mass of white clouds, it seems to be floating in the air. Painted with colors of celestial gold, it seems to be decked with streaks of lightning. Within that mansion sitteth on an excellent seat bright as the sun and covered with celestial carpets and furnished with a handsome footstool, King Vaisravana of agreeable person, attired in excellent robes and adorned with costly ornaments and earrings of great brilliance, surrounded by his 1,000 wives. Delicious and cooling breezes murmuring through forests of tall mandaras, and bearing fragrance of extensive plantations of jasmine, as also of the lotuses on the bosom of the river Alaka and of the Nandana gardens, always minister to the pleasure of the king of the Yakshas. Though the deities with the Gandharvas, surrounded by various tribes of Apsaras, sing in chorus, O king, notes of celestial sweetness. Misraxi and Ramba, and Chitrasana, and Sakhismita, and Charunitra, and Gritachi and Manaka, and Panchakasthala, and Viswaki Sahajanya, and Pramlaka and Urvasi and Ira, and Vaga and Sauravati, and Samiki, and Vududa, and Lata, these and 1,000 other Apsaras and Gandharvas, all well skilled in music and dance, attend upon Kuvera, the Lord of Treasures. And that mansion, always filled with the notes of instrumental and vocal music, as also with the sounds of dance of various tribes of Gandharvas and Apsaras, hath become extremely charming and delicious. The Gandharvas called Kinnaras, and others called Naras, and Manibhadra, and Anada, and Swetabhadra, and Gayaka, Kaisraka, Gandakandu, and the mighty Pradyota, Kastamveru, Pisacha, Gajukana, and Visalaka, Varahakana, Tamroshtaka, Falkakshaw, and Faladaka, Hansakuda, Sikavata, Vibhishana, Pushpanana, Pingalaka, Snitoda, and Pravalaka, Vrikshavaspnikata, and Chairavasas, these O Bharata, and many other Yakshas by hundreds and thousands always wait upon Kuvera. The goddess Lakshmi always stayeth there, also Kuvera's son Nalakuvera. Myself and many others like myself often repair thither. Many Brahmana rishis and celestial rishis also repair there often. Many Rakshasas, and many Gandharvas, besides those that have been named, wait upon the worship, in that mansion, the illustrious Lord of all treasures. And, O Tiger among kings, the illustrious husband of Am and Lord of created things, the three-eyed Mahadeva, the wielder of the trident and the slayer of the Asura called Bharganetra, the mighty god of the fierce bow, surrounded by multitudes of spirits in their hundreds and thousands, some of dwarfish stature, some of fierce visage, some hunchbacked, some of blood-red eyes, some of frightful yells, some feeding upon fat and flesh, and some terrible to behold, but all armed with various weapons and endued with the speed of wind, with a goddess, Parvati, ever cheerful and knowing no fatigue, always waiteth here upon their friend Kuvera, the Lord of Treasures. And hundreds of Gandharva chiefs, with cheerful hearts and attired in their respective robes, and Viswavasu, and Haha, and Hu, and Tamveru, and Parvata, and Silashaw, and Chitrasana skilled in music, and also Chitraratha, these and innumerable Gandharvas worship the Lord of Treasures. And Chakradaman, the chief of the Vidyadharas, with his followers, waiteth in that mansion upon the Lord of Treasures. And Kinnaras by hundreds and innumerable kings with Bhagadatta as their chief, and Ruma, the chief of the Kimpurashas, and Mahendra, the chief of the Rakshasas, and Gandhamadana accompanied by many Yakshas and Gandharvas, and many Rakshasas wait upon the Lord of Treasures. The virtuous Vibhishana also worshippeth his elder brother the Lord Guvara, Croesus. The mountains of Himavat, Paripatra, Vindhya, Kailasa, Mandara, Vilaya, Durjara, Mahendra, Gandhamadana, Indrakla, Sunava, and eastern and the western hills, these and many other mountains, in their personified forms, with Maru standing before all, wait upon and worship the illustrious Lord of Treasures. The illustrious Nandas Warriors, and Mahakala, and many spirits with arrowy ears and sharp-pointed mouths, Kakshaw, Kathimika, Dante, and Vijaya of great ascetic merit, and the mighty white bull of Shiva roaring deep, all wait in that mansion. Besides these many other Rakshasas and Pisachas, devils, worship Kuvara in that assembly house. The son of Pulastya, Kuvara, formerly used always to worship in all the modes and sit, with permission obtained, beside the god of gods, Shiva, the creator of the three worlds, that supreme deity surrounded by his attendants. One day the exalted Bhava, Shiva, made friendship with Kuvara. From that time, O king, Mahadevu always sitteth on the mansion of his friend, the Lord of Treasures. Those best of all jewels, those princes of all gems in the three worlds, viz., Sankar and Padma, in their personified forms, accompanied by all the jewels of the earth, also in their personified forms, worship Kuvara. This delightful assembly house of Kuvara that I have seen, attached to the firmament and capable of moving along it, is such, O king. Listen now to the sabha I describe unto thee, belonging to Brahma the grandsire. Section 11. Narada said, listen to me, O child, as I tell thee of the assembly house of the grandsire, that house which none can describe, saying it is such. In the greater, golden, age of old, O king, the exalted deity Aditya, once, came down from heaven into the world of men. Having seen before the assembly house of Brahma the self-created, Aditya was cheerfully wandering over the earth in human form, desirous of beholding what could be seen here. It was on that occasion, O son of Pandu, that the god of day spoke unto me, O bull of the Brata race, of that celestial sabha, assembly, of the grandsire, immeasurable and immaterial and indescribable, as regards form and shape, and capable of delighting the heart of every creature by its splendor. Hearing, O bull of the Brata race, of the merits of that sabha, I became, O king, desirous of beholding it. I then asked Aditya, saying, O exalted one, I desire to behold the sacred sabha of the grandsire. O Lord of light, tell me, O exalted one, by what ascetic penances, or by what acts, or by what charms, or by what rites, I may be enabled to behold that excellent sin-cleaning sabha. Hearing these words of mine, Aditya the god of day, the deity of 1,000 rays, answered me, O chief of the Brata race, thus, observe thou, with mind wrapped in meditation, the Brahma vow extending for 1,000 years. Repairing then to the breast of the Himavat, I commenced that great vow, and after I had completed it, the exalted and sinless deity Surya, endued with great energy, and knowing no fatigue, took me with him to the sabha of the grandsire. O king, it is impossible to describe that sabha, saying, it is such, for within a moment it assumes a different form that language fails to paint. O Bharata, it is impossible to indicate its dimensions or shape. I never saw anything like it before, ever contributing to the happiness of those within it. Its atmosphere is neither cold nor warm. Hunger and thirst or any kind of uneasiness disappear as soon as one goeth thither. It seems to be made up of brilliant gems of many kinds. It doth not seem to be supported on columns, it knoweth no deterioration, being eternal. That self-effulgent mansion, by its numerous blazing, celestial indications of unrivalled splendor, seems to surpass the moon, the sun and the fire in splendor. Stationed in heaven, it blazes forth, censuring as it were the maker of the day. In that mansion, O king, the supreme deity, the grandsire of all created things, having himself created everything by virtue of his creative illusion, stayeth ever. And Daksha, Prishitas, Pulaha, Marichi, the master Kasyapa, Bhrigu, Atri, and Vasishtha and Gautama, and also Angiras, and Pulastya, Kraut, Prahlada, and Kardama, these Prajapatis, and Angirasa of the Atharvaveda, the Valikulyas, the Marichipas, intelligence, space, knowledge, air, heat, water, earth, sound, touch, form, taste, scent, nature, and the modes of nature, and the elemental and prime causes of the world, all stay in that mansion beside the Lord Brahma. And Agastya of great energy, and Markandya, of great ascetic power, and Jamadani and Bharadwa, and Samvata, and Kayavana, and exalted Devasa, and the virtuous Rishyasringa, the illustrious Sanat Kumara of great ascetic merit and the preceptor in all matters affecting yoga, Asita and Divala, and Jayashavya acquainted with truth, Rishava, Ajitasatru, and Mani of great energy, and the science of healing with its 8 branches, all in their personified forms, O Bharata, the moon with all the stars and the stellar conjunctions, Aditya with all his rays, the winds, the sacrifices, the declarations of purpose, in sacrifices, the vital principles, these illustrious and vow-observing beings in their personified forms, and many others too numerous to mention, attend all upon Brahma in that mansion. Wealth and religion and desire, and joy, and aversion, and asceticism and tranquility, all wait together upon the supreme deity in that palace. The 20 tribes of the Gandharvas and Apsaras, as also the 7 other tribes, and all the Lokapalas, chief protectors of several regions, and Sugra, and Vrihaspati, and Vada, and Angarika, Mangala, Sunny, Rahu, and the other planets, the mantras of the Samaveda, the special mantras of the same Veda, the rites of Harimat and Vasumat, the Adityas with Indra, the 2 Agnis mentioned by name, viz. Agni Soma and Indrani, the Marutas, viz. Were Karman, and the Vasas, O Bharata, the Pitras, and all kinds of sacrificial libations, the 4 Vedas, viz. Rig, Sama, Yajur, and Atharva, all sciences and branches of learning, histories and all minor branches of learning, the several branches of the Vedas, the planets, the sacrifices, the Soma, all the deities, Savitri, Gayatri, the 7 kinds of rhyme, understanding, patience, memory, wisdom, intelligence, fame, forgiveness, the hymns of the Samaveda, the science of hymns in general, and various kinds of verses and songs, various commentaries with arguments, all in their personified forms, O king, and various dramas and poems and stories and abridged glosses, these also, and many others wait upon the supreme deity in that Sabha, Kshanas, Lavas, Muhurtas, day, night, fortnights, months, the 6 seasons, O Bharata, years, yugas, the 4 kinds of days and nights, viz. Appearing to man, to the Pitras, to the gods, and to Brahma, and that eternal, indestructible, undeteriorating, excellent wheel of time, and also the wheel of virtue, these always wait there. O Yudhishthira, and Aditi, Diti, Danu, Zorasa, Vinata, Ira, Kalika, Zuravi, Devi, Sarima, Gautami, and the goddesses Prada, and Kadru, these mothers of the celestials, and Rudrani, Sri, Lakshmi, Bhadra, Shashti, the earth, Ganga, Swaha, Kriti, the goddess Zura, Saki Pushti, Arundhati, Samvriti, Nati, Srishti, Rati, these and many other goddesses wait upon the creator of all. The Adityas, Vasas, Rudras, Marutas, Aswinas, the Viswadevas, Sadyas, and the Pitras gifted with the speed of the mind, these all wait thereupon the grandsire. And, O bull amongst men, Know thou that there are 7 classes of Beatrice, of which 4 classes have embodied forms and the remaining 3 without embodied forms. It is well known that the illustrious Virajas and Agneswatas and Gahapatyas, 3 classes of Beatrice, range in heaven. And those amongst the Beatrice that are called the Somapas, the Akasaringras, the Chaturvedas, and the Kalas, are ever worshipped amongst the 4 orders of men. Gratified with the Soma, juice, first, these gratify Soma afterwards. All these tribes of Beatrice wait upon the Lord of the creation and cheerfully worship the supreme deity of immeasurable energy. And Rakshasas, Pisachas, the Danavas and Gaikas, Nagas, birds, and various animals, and all mobile and immobile great beings all worship the Grandsire. And Purandara, the chief of the celestials, and Varuna and Kuvara and Yama, and Mahadeva accompanied by him, always repair thither. And, O King of Kings, Mahesana, Kartikya, also adoreth the Grandsire. Narayana himself, and the celestial rishis, and those rishis called Valakulyas, and all beings born of females and all those not born of the females, and whatever else is seen in the 3 worlds, both mobile and immobile, were all seen by me there, know O King. And 80,000 rishis with vital seed drawn up, and O Pandu, 50,000 rishis having sons, were all seen by me there. And all the dwellers in heaven repairing thither behold the supreme deity when they please, and worshipping him with a bow of their head return whence they came. And, O King of men, the grandsire of all created beings, the soul of the universe, the self-create Brahma of immeasurable intelligence and glory, equally kind unto all creatures, honoureth as they deserve, and gratifieth with sweet speech and gift of wealth and other enjoyable articles, the gods, the daityas, the nagas, the brahmanas, the yakshas, the birds, the kalas, the gandharvas, the apsaras, and all other exalted beings that came to him as his guests. And that delicious sabha, O child, is always crowded with persons coming and going, filled with every kind of energy, and worshipped by Brahmashis. That celestial sabha blazes forth with the graceful possessions of Brahma and looks extremely handsome, O tiger among kings, as this sabha of yours is unrivaled in the world of men, so is that sabha of Brahma, seen by me unrivaled in all the worlds. I have seen these sabhas, O Bharata, in regions of the celestials. This thy sabha is unquestionably the foremost in the world of men. Section 12. Yudhishthira said, O thou foremost of eloquent men, as thou hast described the different sabhas unto me, it appeareth that almost all the monarchs of the earth are to be found in the sabha of Yama. And, O master, almost all the nagas, and principal daityas, and rivers, and oceans, are to be found in the sabha of Varuna. And so the yakshas, the gaikas, the rakshasas, the gandharvas and apsaras, and the deity, Yama, having the bull for his vehicle, are to be found in the sabha of the Lord of Treasures. Thou hast said that in the sabha of the Grandsire are to be seen all the great rishis, all the gods, all the branches of learning. As regards the sabha of Sakra, however, thou hast named, O moon, all the gods, the Gandharvas, and various rishis. But, O great Muni, thou hast mentioned one and only one king, viz., the royal Rishi Harishchandra, as living in the sabha of the illustrious chief of the gods. What act was performed by that celebrated king, or what ascetic penances with steady vows, in consequence of which he hath been equal to Indra himself? O Brahmana, how didst thou also meet with my father, the exalted Pandu, now a guest in the region of the Beatrice? O exalted one of excellent vows, hath he told thee anything? O tell me all, as I am exceedingly curious to hear all this from thee. Narada said, O King of Kings, I shall tell thee all that thou askest me about Harishchandra. I shall presently tell thee of his high excellence. He was a powerful king, in fact, an emperor over all the kings of the earth. Indeed, all the kings of the earth obeyed his sway. O monarch, mounted alone upon a victorious car adorned with gold, that king by the prowess of his weapons brought the whole earth with her 7 islands under his sway. And, O monarch, having subjugated the whole earth with her mountains, forests, and woods, he made preparations for the great sacrifice called the Rajasuya. And all the kings of the earth brought at his command wealth unto that sacrifice. All of them consented to become distributors of food and gifts unto the Brahmanas that were fed on the occasion. At that sacrifice King Harishchandra gave away unto all who asked wealth that was 5 times what each had solicited. At the conclusion of the sacrifice, the king gratified the Brahmanas that came from various countries with large presents of various kinds of wealth. The Brahmanas gratified with various kinds of food and enjoyable articles, given away unto them to the extent of their desires, and with the heaps of jewels distributed amongst them, began to say, King Harishchandra is superior to all kings in energy and renown. And know, O monarch, O bull of the Brahta race, it was for this reason that Harishchandra shone more brightly than thousands of other kings. The powerful Harishchandra, having concluded his great sacrifice, became installed, O king, in the sovereignty of the earth and looked resplendent on his throne. O bull of the Brahta race, all those monarchs that perform the sacrifice of Rajasuya, attaining to the region of Indra, pass their time in felicity in Indra's company. And, O bull of the Brahta race, those kings also that yield up their lives without turning their backs on the field of battle attain to the mansion of Indra and live in joy with him. Those again that yield up their bodies after severe ascetic penances also attain to the same region and shine brightly for ages. O king of the Kuru race, O son of Kunti, thy father Pandu, beholding the good fortune of Harishchandra and wondering much thereat, hath told thee something. Knowing that I was coming to the world of men, he bowed unto me and said, Thou shouldst tell Yudhishthira, O Rishi, that he can subjugate the whole earth inasmuch as his brothers are all obedient to him. And having done this, let him commence the grand sacrifice called Rajasuya. He is my son. If he performeth that sacrifice, I may, like Harishchandra, soon attain to the region of Indra, and there in his sabha pass countless years in continuous joy. I told him in reply, O king, I shall tell thy son all this, if I go to the world of man. I have now told thee what he said, O tiger among men. Accomplish then, O son of Pandu, the desires of thy father. If thou performest that sacrifice, thou shalt then be able to go, along with thy deceased ancestors, into the same region that is inhabited by the chief of the immortals. It hath been said, O king, that the performance of this great sacrifice is attended with many obstacles. A class of Rakshasas called Brahma Rakshasas, employed in obstructing all sacrifices, always search for loopholes when this great sacrifice is commenced. On the commencement of such a sacrifice, a war may take place, destroying the Kshatriyas and even furnishing occasion for the destruction of the whole earth. A slight obstacle may involve the whole earth in ruin. Reflecting upon all this, O King of Kings, do what is for thy good. Be thou watchful and ready in protecting the 4 orders of thy subjects. Grow thou in prosperity, and enjoy thou felicity. Gratify thou the Brahmanas with gifts of wealth. I have now answered in detail all that thou hast asked me. With thy leave I will now go to the city, Dwaravati, of that Dasagas. Vaisampayana said, O Janamjaya, having said this unto the son of Pritha, Narada went away, accompanied by those rishis with whom he had come. And after Narada had gone away, King Yudhishthira, O thou of the Kuru race, began to think, along with his brothers, of that foremost of sacrifices called Rajasuya. Section 13. Vaisampayana said, Yudhishthira, having heard these words of Narada, began to sigh heavily. And, O Bharata, engaged in his thoughts about the Rajasuya, the king had no peace of mind. Having heard of this glory of the illustrious monarchs of old, and being certain about the acquisition of regions of felicity by performers of sacrifices in consequence of their sacred deeds, and thinking especially of that royal sage Harishchandra who had performed the great sacrifice, King Yudhishthira desired to make preparations for the Rajasuya sacrifice. Then worshipping his counsellors and others present at his sabha, and worshipped by them in return, he began to discuss with them about that sacrifice. Having reflected much, that king of kings, that bull amongst the Kuras, inclined his mind towards making preparations from the Rajasuya. That prince of wonderful energy and prowess, however, reflecting upon virtue and righteousness, again set his heart to find out what would be for the good of all his people. For Yudhishthira, that foremost of all virtuous men, always kind unto his subjects, worked for the good of all without making any distinctions. Indeed, shaking off both anger and arrogance, Yudhishthira always said, give unto each what is due to each, and the only sounds that he could hear were, blessed be Dharma. Blessed be Dharma. Yudhishthira, conducting himself thus and giving paternal assurance to everybody, there was none in the kingdom who entertained any hostile feelings towards him. He therefore came to be called Ajatasattu, one with no enemy at all. The king cherished every one as belonging to his family, and Bhima ruled over all justly. Arjuna, used to employing both his hands with equal skill, protected the people from external enemies. And the wise Sahadeva administered justice impartially. And Nakula behaved towards all with humility that was natural to him. Owing to all this, the kingdom became free from disputes and fear of every kind. And all the people became attentive to their respective occupations. The rain became so abundant as to leave no room for desiring more, and the kingdom grew in prosperity. And in consequence of the virtues of the king, money lenders, the articles required for sacrifices, cattle rearing, tillage, and traders, all and everything grew in prosperity. Indeed, during the reign of Yudhishthira, who was ever devoted to truth, there was no extortion, no stringent realization of arrears of rent, no fear of disease, of fire, or of death by poisoning and incantations, in the kingdom. It was never heard at that time that thieves or cheats or royal favourites ever behaved wrongfully towards the king or towards one another amongst themselves. Kings conquered on the 6 occasions of war, treaty, and sea, were wont to wait upon him in order to do good unto the monarch and worship him ever, while the traders of different classes came to pay him the taxes leviable on the respective occupations. And accordingly during the reign of Yudhishthira, who was ever devoted to virtue, his dominion grew in prosperity. Indeed, the prosperity of the kingdom was increased not by these alone, but even by persons wedded to voluptuousness and indulging in all luxuries to their fill. And the king of kings, Yudhishthira, whose sway extended over all, was possessed of every accomplishment and bore everything with patience. And, O king, whatever countries the celebrated and illustrious monarch conquered, the people everywhere, from Brahmanas to swains, were all more attached to him than to their own fathers and mothers. Vaisampayana said, King Yudhishthira, then, that foremost of speakers, summoning together his counsellors and brothers, asked them repeatedly about the Rajasuya sacrifice. Those ministers in a body, thus asked by the wise Yudhishthira desirous of performing the sacrifice, then told him these words of grave import, one already in possession of a kingdom desireth all the attributes of an emperor by means of that sacrifice which aideth a king in acquiring the attributes of Varuna. O Prince of Kuru race, thy friends think that as thou art worthy of the attributes of an emperor, the time is even come for thee for the performance of the Rajasuya sacrifice. the time for the performance of that sacrifice in which rishis of austere vows kindle 6 fires with mantras of the Samaveda, is come for thee in consequence of thy Kshatriya possessions. At the conclusion of the Rajasuya sacrifice, when the performer is installed in the sovereignty of the empire, he is rewarded with the fruits of all sacrifices, including the Agnihotra. It is for this that he is called the conqueror of all. Thou art quite able, O strong-armed one, to perform this sacrifice. All of us are obedient to thee. Soon will you be able, O great king, to perform the Rajasuya sacrifice. Therefore, O great king, let thy resolution be taken to perform this sacrifice without further discussion. Thus spoke unto the king all his friends and counsellors separately and jointly, and, O king, Yudhishthira, that slayer of all enemies, having heard these virtuous, bold, agreeable and weighty words of theirs, accepted them mentally. And having heard those words of his friends and counsellors, and knowing his own strength also, the king, O Bharata, repeatedly thought over the matter. After this, the intelligent and virtuous Yudhishthira, wise in counsel, again consulted with his brothers, with the illustrious Ritwajas about him, with his ministers and with Dharmya and Dwapayana and others. Yudhishthira said, How may this wish that I entertain of performing the excellent sacrifice of Rajasuya that is worthy of an emperor, bear fruit, in consequence of my faith and speech alone? Vaisampayana said, O thou of eyes like lotus petals, thus asked by the king, they replied at that time unto Yudhishthira that just in these words, being conversant with the dictates of morality, thou art, O king, worthy to perform the grand sacrifice of Rajasuya. After the Ritwajas and the Rishis had told these words unto the king, his ministers and brothers highly approved of the speech. The king, however, possessed of great wisdom, and with mind under complete control, actuated by the desire of doing good unto the world, again resolved the matter in his mind, thinking of his own strength and means, the circumstances of time and place and his income and expenditure. For he knew that the wise never come to grief owing to their always acting after full deliberation, thinking that the sacrifice should not be commenced, pursuant to his own resolution only. Yudhishthira, carefully bearing upon his shoulder the weight of affairs, thought of Krishna, that persecutor of all sinners, as the fittest person to decide the matter, inasmuch as he knew him to be the foremost of all persons, possessed of immeasurable energy, strong-armed, without birth but born amongst men from will alone. Reflecting upon his godlike feats, the son of Pandu concluded that there was nothing that was unknown to him, nothing that he could not achieve, and nothing that he could not bear, and Yudhishthira, the son of Pritha, having come to this settled resolution, soon sent a messenger unto that master of all beings, conveying through him blessings and speeches such as one senior in age might send to one that is younger. And that messenger, riding in a swift car, arrived amongst the Yadavas and approached Krishna, who was then residing in Dwaravati. And the Akayuta, Krishna, hearing that the son of Pritha had become desirous of seeing him, desired to see his cousin, and quickly passing over many regions, being drawn by his own swift horses, Krishna arrived at Indraprastha, accompanied by Indrasena. And having arrived at Indraprastha, Janardana approached Yudhishthira without loss of time. And Yudhishthira received Krishna with paternal affection, and Bhima also received him likewise. And Janardana then went with a cheerful heart to his father's sister, Kunti, and worshipped then with reverence by the twins. He began to converse cheerfully with his friend Arjuna, who was overjoyed at seeing him. And after he had rested a while in a pleasant apartment and had been fully refreshed, Yudhishthira approached him at his leisure and informed him all about the Rajasuya sacrifice. Yudhishthira said, I have wished to perform the Rajasuya sacrifice. That sacrifice, however, cannot be performed by one's wishing alone to perform it. Thou knowest, O Krishna, even thing about the means by which it may be accomplished. He alone can achieve this sacrifice in whom everything is possible, who is worshipped everywhere and who is the King of Kings. My friends and counselors approaching me have said that I should perform that sacrifice. But, O Krishna, in respect of that matter, thy words shall be my guide. Of counselors, some from friendship do not notice the difficulties, others from motives of self-interest say only what is agreeable. Some again regard that which is beneficial to themselves as worthy of adoption. Men are seen to counsel thus on matters awaiting decision. But thou, O Krishna, art above such motives. Thou hast conquered both desire and anger. It behoveth thee to tell me what is most beneficial to the world. Section 14. Rajasui Arambapava. Krishna said, O great king, thou art a worthy possessor of all the qualities essential for the performance of the Rajasuya sacrifice. Thou knowest everything, O Bharata. I shall, however, still tell thee something. Those persons in the world that now go by the name of Kshatriyas are inferior, in everything, to those Kshatriyas that Rama, the son of Jamadanya, exterminated. O Lord of the earth, O bull of the Bharata race, thou knowest what form of rule these Kshatriyas, guided by the instructions traditionally handed down from generation to generation, have established amongst their own order, and how far they are competent to perform the Rajasuya sacrifice. The numerous royal lines and other ordinary Kshatriyas all represent themselves to be the descendants of Ela and Ikshwaku. The descendants of Ela, O king, as, indeed, the kings of Ikshwaku's race, are, know, O bull of the Bharata race, each divided into 100 separate dynasties. The descendants of Yayati and the Pajas are great, both in extent, number, and accomplishments. O king, these last are today scattered all over the earth, and all the Kshatriyas worship the prosperity of those monarchs. At present, however, O monarch, King Jarasandha, overcoming that prosperity enjoyed by the whole order, and overpowering them by his energy, hath set himself over the heads of all these kings. And Jarasandha, enjoying the sovereignty over the middle portion of the earth, Mathura, resolved to create a disunion amongst ourselves. O monarch, the king who is the Lord paramount of all kings, and in whom alone the dominion of the universe is centered, properly deserves to be called an emperor. And, O monarch, King Sisupala, endued with great energy, hath placed himself under his protection and hath become the generalissimo of his forces. And, O great king, the mighty Vaka, the king of the Kaurushas, capable of fighting by putting forth his powers of illusion, waiteth upon Jarasandha as his disciple. There are two others, Hansa and Dimvaka, of great energy and great soul, who have sought the shelter of the mighty Jarasandha. There are others also, viz., Dantavakra, Kaurasha, Karava, Meghavahana, that wait upon Jarasandha. He also that beareth on his head that gem which is known as the most wonderful on earth, that king of the Yavanas, who hath chastised Meru and Naraka, whose power is unlimited, and who ruleth the west like another Varuna, who is called Bhagadatta, and who is the old friend of thy father, hath bowed his head before Jarasandha, by speech and specially by act. In his heart, however, tied as he is by affection to thee, he regardeth thee as a father regardeth his child. O king, that lord of the earth who hath his dominions on the west and the south, who is thy maternal uncle and who is called Perujat, that brave perpetuator of the Kunti race, that slayer of all foes, is the single king that regardeth thee from affection. He whom I did not formerly slay, that wicked wretch amongst the Chedis, who represented himself in this world as a divine personage and who hath become known also as such, and who always beareth, from foolishness, the signs that distinguish me, that king of Vangapundra and the Kairatas, endowed with great strength, and who is known on earth by the names of Paundraka and Vasudeva, hath also espoused the side of Jarasandha. And, O King of Kings, Bhishmaka, the mighty king of the Bhajas, the friend of Indra, the slayer of hostile heroes, who governs a fourth part of the world, who by his learning conquered the Pandyas and the craft the Kausikas, whose brother the braver Kriti was like Rama, the son of Jamdani, hath become a servitor to the king of Magadha. We are his relatives and are, therefore, engaged every day in doing what is agreeable unto him. But although we regard him much, still he regardeth us not and is engaged in doing us ill. And, O King, without knowing his own strength and the dignity of the race to which he belongeth, he hath placed himself under Jarasandha's shelter at sight of the latter's blazing fame alone. And, O exalted one, the 18 tribes of the Bhajas, from fear of Jarasandha, have all fled towards the west. So also have the Surasnas, the Bhadrakas, the Vodas, the Salwas, the Pitushchavas, the Sasthalas, the Mukatas, and the Kulindas, along with the Kuntis, and the king of the Salwayana tribe with their brethren and followers, and the southern Panchalas and the eastern Koslas have all fled to the country of the Kuntis. So also the Matsyas and the Sanyastapadas, overcome with fear, leaving their dominions in the north, have fled into the southern country. And so all the Panchalas, alarmed at the power of Jarasandha, have left their own kingdom and fled in all directions. Some time before, the foolish Kansa, having persecuted the Yadavas, married 2 of the daughters of Jarasandha. They are called Asti and Prapti, and are the sister of Sahadeva. Strengthened by such an alliance, the fool persecuting his relatives gained an ascendancy over them all. But by this conduct he earned great obloquy. The wretch also began to oppress the old kings of the Boa tribe, but they, to protect themselves from the persecution of their relative, sought our help. Having bestowed upon Akrura the handsome daughter of Ahuka, with Sankarsana as my second, I did service to my relatives, for both Kansa and Sunaman were slain by me assisted by Rama. But after the immediate cause of fear was removed, by the death of Kansa, Jarasandha, his father-in-law, shook up arms. Ourselves, consisting of the 18 younger branches of the Yadavas, arrived at the conclusion that even if we struck our enemies continually with excellent weapons capable of taking the lives of the foes, we should still be unable to do anything unto him even in 300 years. He hath 2 friends that are like unto the immortals, and in point of strength the foremost of all men endues with might. They are called Hansa and Dimvaka, who are both incapable of being slain by weapons. The mighty Jarasandha, being united with them, becomes incapable, I think, of being vanquished by even the 3 worlds. O thou foremost of all intelligent men, this is not our opinion alone, but all other kings also are of the same mind. There lived, O monarch, a king of the name of Hansa, who was slain by Rama, Valadeva, after a battle of 18 days. But, O Bharata, hearing people say that Hansa had been killed, Dimvaka, O king, thought that he could not live without Hansa. He accordingly jumped into the waters of the Yamuna and killed himself. Afterwards, when Hansa, the subjugator of hostile heroes, heard that Dimvaka had killed himself, he went to the Yamuna and jumped into its waters. Then, O bull of the Bharata race, King Jarasandha, hearing that both Hansa and Dimvaka had been killed, returned to his kingdom with an empty heart. After Jarasandha had returned, O slayer of all foes, we were filled with pleasure and continued to live at Mathura. Then the widow of Hansa and the daughter of Jarasandha, that handsome woman with eyes like lotus petals, grieved at the death of her lord, went unto her father, and repeatedly urged, O monarch, the king of Magadha, saying, O slayer of all foes, kill thou the slayer of my husband. Then, O great king, remembering the conclusion to which we had come of old, he became exceedingly cheerless and fled from Mathura. dividing our large wealth into small portions so as to make each portion easily portable, we fled from fear of Jarasandha with our cousins and relatives. Reflecting upon everything, we fled towards the west. There is a delightful town towards the west called Kusasthali, adorned by the mountains of Rayavata. In that city, O monarch, we took up our abode. We rebuilt its fort and made it so strong that it has become impregnable even to the gods. And from within it even the women might fight the foe, what to speak of the Yadava heroes without fear of any kind. O slayer of all foes, we are now living in that city. And, O tiger of the Kuru race, considering the inaccessibility of that first of mountains and regarding themselves as having already crossed the fear of Jarasandha, the descendants of Mad who have become exceedingly glad. Thus, O king, though possessed of strength and energy, yet from the oppressions of Jarasandha we have been obliged to repair to the mountains of Gamanta, measuring 3 yojanas in length. Within each yojana have been established 21 posts of armed men, and at intervals of each yojana are 100 gates with arches which are defended by valorous heroes engaged in guarding them, and innumerable kshatriyas invincible in war, belonging to the 18 younger branches of the Yadavas, are employed in defending these works. In our race, O king, there are full 18,000 brothers and cousins. Ahuka hath had 100 sons, each of whom is almost like a god in prowess. Charudishna with his brother Chakradeva, Satyaki, myself, Valadeva the son of Rohini, and my son Samva who is equal unto me in battle. These 7, O king, are Atratas. Besides these, there are others, O king, whom I shall presently name. They are Kritavarman, Anadrishti, Samaka, Samitanjaya, Kanka, Sanku and Kunti. These 7 are Maharathas. There are also 2 sons of Andakabhua, and the old king himself. Endued with great energy, these are all heroes, each mighty as the thunderbolt. These Maharathas, choosing the middle country, are now living amongst the Vrishnis. O thou best of the Brata line, thou alone art worthy of being an emperor. It behoveth thee, O Bharata, to establish thy empire over all the Kshatriyas. But this is my judgment, O king, that thou wilt not be able to celebrate the Rajasuya sacrifice as long as the mighty Jarasandha liveth. By him have been immured in his hill-fort numerous monarchs, like a lion that hath deposited the slain bodies of mighty elephants within a cave of the king of mountains. O slayer of all enemies, King Jarasandha, desirous of offering in sacrifice 100 monarchs, adored for his fierce ascetic penances the illustrious god of gods, the lord of Amma. It is by this means that the kings of the earth have been vanquished by Jarasandha. And, O best of monarchs, he hath by that means been able to fulfill the vow he had made relative to his sacrifice. By defeating the kings with their troops and bringing all of them his captives into this city, he had swelled his crowds enormously. We also, O king, from fear of Jarasandha, at one time had to leave Mathura and fly to the city of Dwaravati. If, O great king, thou desirest to perform this sacrifice, strive to release the kings confined by Jarasandha, as also to compass his death. O son of the Kuru race, otherwise this undertaking of thine can never be completed. O thou foremost of intelligent men, if the Rajasuya is to be performed by thee, you must do this in this way and not otherwise. This, O king, is my view on the matter. Do, O sinless one, as thou thinkest. Under these circumstances, O king, having reflected upon everything, taking note of causes, tell us what thou thyself thinkest proper. Section 15. Yudhishthira said, intelligent as thou art, thou hast said what none else is capable of saying. There is none else on earth who is settler of all doubts. Behold, There are kings in every province employed in benefiting their respective selves, but no one amongst them hath been able to achieve the imperial dignity. Indeed, the title emperor is difficult of acquisition. He that knoweth the valour and strength of others never applaudeth himself. He, indeed, is really worthy of applause, worship, who, engaged in encounters with his enemies, beareth himself commendably. O thou supporter of the dignity of the Vrishyan race, man's desires and propensities, like the wide earth itself adorned with many jewels, are varied and extensive. As experience can seldom be gained but by travelling in regions remote from one's home, so salvation can never be attained except by acting according to principles that are very high, compared with the ordinary level of our desire and propensities. I regard peace of mind as the highest object here, for from that quality may proceed my prosperity. In my judgment, if I undertake to celebrate this sacrifice, I shall never win the highest reward. O Janardana, endued with energy and intelligence, these that have been born in our race think that someone amongst them will at one time become the foremost amongst all Kshatriyas. But, O exalted one, we also were all frightened by the fear of Jarasandha and, O sinless one, by the wickedness of that monarch. O thou invincible in battle, the might of thy arm is my refuge. When, therefore, thou taken fright at Jarasandha's might, how should I regard myself strong in comparison with him? Madhava, O thou of the Vrishyan race, I am repeatedly depressed by the thought whether Jarasandha is capable or not of being slain by thee, by Rama, by Bhimasena, or by Arjuna. But what shall I say, O Keshava? Thou art my highest authority on everything. On hearing these words, Bhima, whilst killed in speech, said, that king who is without exertion, or who being weak and without resources entereth into hostility with one that is strong, perisheth like an anthill. It may be generally seen, however, that even a king that is weak may vanquish an enemy that is strong and obtain the fruition of all his wishes, by wakefulness and by the application of policy. In Krishna is policy, in myself strength, in Arjuna triumphs. So like the 3 sacrificial fires that accomplish a sacrifice, we shall accomplish the death of the king of Magadha. Krishna then said, one that is immature in understanding seeketh the fruition of his desire without an eye to what may happen to him in future. It is seen that no one forgiveth for that reason the foe that is of immature understanding and inclined to serve his own interests. It hath been heard by us that in the Krita age, having brought every one under their subjection, Yavanas win by the abolition of all taxes, Bhagrata by his kind treatment to his subjects, Kartavirya by the energy of his asceticism, the Lord Bharata by his strength and valour, and Maruta by his prosperity. All these 5 became emperors. But, O Yudhishthira, thou who covetest the imperial dignity deserves it, not by one but by all these qualities.